You just heard Touched and Left for Dead from Gehenna's Malice album from 1996. This is the Rock Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. In fact, Mark, it's not just Malice. It's our third spell.
Our third spell.
Yeah, which is a running theme through Gehenna.
There's three spells, and
there are three spells, and then
they call that naming convention quits.
Yeah, exactly. So we are here doing some Norwegian black metal. It's been a while.
Years.
Thought we should leave America for a bit. Challenge ourselves.
We've been here too long.
Yeah, it's weird.
During most of COVID, we've been with America.
Yeah,
even
we kind of
started things.
We started with Greece. That was the beginning of COVID.
Right. Okay.
We were kind of finishing the Greek stuff, and then we kind of gravitated over. I mean, we did In Solitude and Sentence and a few other things there, but a lot of it's been. And I think I was thinking about why the other day, and I think what kind of came to me was we've been sort of integrating a lot of interview segments in, and it's so much easier to integrate interview segments from people that speak our native tongue in terms of like what you find out there, in terms of like what would sound good on a podcast. You know, somebody that has like a super thick accent, like you remember transcribing interviews, like that can be really a pain in the ass sometimes. And it's not their fault. It's just, it's not as seamlessly integrated into like what we've been kind of doing. So no, there are no Gehenna interviews this episode. It's kind of more of a...
Well, you did find one right before...
I did. Not so much an interview. I did find a nice source. So that was good. Yeah.
I don't think they really did much. I remember seeing them... Well, you said Chris did one.
Yeah, Chris did a few. He sent me one from Digital Metal. I used a couple pull quotes from it. But Chris made like a joke. He was like... Because I was asking him... we'll talk about their debut EP, First Spell, in a moment. But... the label that just put out their last record is called Indie Recordings, and just did a big reissue on First Spell in the last kind of few years. And there's like a 32-page booklet that's in it with a whole bunch of bonus tracks, and then a supposedly John Metallian from
Slayer
Mag and Norwegian black metal fame and stuff like that. Wrote something for it, and I was like, oh shit, I never see any scholarship on Gehenna. So like I asked Chris if he had it, and he didn't, and he was like, oh shit, I didn't even know this existed. So he and I were kind of like bouncing back and forth with some text messages about all that. So but yeah, so this has been we kind of coming off like a weird, we had guests the last several episodes. We had Jeff Wagner on for 2 episodes of Type O, and then of course we had Ian and Joseph from Human Instrumentality podcast on the last episode, along with some John Chang interviews. And so this is kind of like a bottle episode, as they say in TV land, just kind of a back to
like
basics.
Star Trek,
just kind of just getting back to our roots a little bit and doing something that's kind of, I would say, nostalgic, kind of warm and fuzzy for both of us.
I haven't listened to this band, and they're one of those bands that every at this point, it used to be like every 2 years I'd go back and listen to their catalog. Now it's probably been closer to 10.
Well, and when we were in college and we first started hanging out, like you were somebody that really kind of turned me on to Gehenna in a big way. I knew about them. I think I even had Malice. I had borrowed it from Chris, and I had it on a cassette tape on one side where I was dubbing stuff from when I would borrow things from Chris. And so I really knew Malice pretty well, which is the record we just heard there. But I didn't really go and pursue their first 2 things. And then I kind of went back and found, I think somebody, maybe probably you or Brian, played Shivering Voice of the Ghost. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is cool. Yeah. This is really fucking cool. And I was just getting into Ulver and some of that more like folky black metal stuff. I was getting into Dimmu at the time, and Throne had just come out. And so I was kind of on board for kind of the whole idea of what you would say, I guess, symphonic black metal, because that's kind of where Gehenna falls, I guess, if you got to put them somewhere,
Yeah, when I think of, I put them more in it's kind of a dirty word, symphonic black metal, but I think they have more in common probably with Emperor as far as their approach. Yeah, and it's more classical.
I think Emperor, Arcturus, those are kind of symphonic black metal stuff that I still really go back to.
And Dimmu, don't get me wrong, they're kind of a lot.
Yeah,
but they're catchy. They're you put some of those records on, like, Jesus Christ, this is great, but it doesn't have the atmosphere. Isn't there? It's more like
it's produced.
Yes,
yeah. I did go back just for my own kind of comparison. I was trying to think of who these guys would fall into in terms of their contemporaries at the time. And I guess when you go, speaking of Dimmu, I went back and it's been a while, listen to For All Tid and Stormblast. Not all the way through.
I haven't listened to those.
I just sampled them.
Yeah.
Kind of in the same vein.
Is it?
Really? Yeah. I mean, it's not as I think the reason I didn't listen to those records is the first kind of thing for me that I really heard from Dimmu was when you guys like were trumpeting Enthroned. And so I heard Enthroned, so that was my expectation. So then when I went back to For All Tid and Stormblast, I wasn't as into those. Whereas if I had like moved up with those records, I probably have more nostalgia. Because like now my impression of Dimmu is like well-crafted symphonic black metal. It's not the sort of like grim, rough around the edges kind of stuff.
And I never go back to listen to that stuff either. Because I think once they hit who they were, like they actually had the personality. Because it was those first two records are kind of, they're okay.
I think they have some charm now. I think you could probably dig them more now.
Yeah.
You know, like I was kind of impressed like how much charm they sort of had to them.
It's been years, and they kept changing the covers on them.
Yeah.
And I was just, they're reissued so many fucking times by different random labels. It was just kind of like, I had like overload at a certain point.
Sure.
I just didn't.
Yeah, I think now I think we have more of a, I think a desire for that nostalgic stuff. I think there was stuff between like 96 and like 99 that we probably overlooked at the time because there was like a glut of things. And now I think we appreciate them a little bit more because we don't have those things anymore. Those same things aren't really coming out anymore. No. So like now, like I give a shit about Gates of Ishtar more than I probably did when they were in the sea of melodic kind of Swedish death metal stuff. I'm not saying I love those bands, but like I can like be like, oh, dude, okay.
It takes you back to
this is like a warm and fuzzy sort of feeling, you know, for me.
And it is nice to like looking back. It wasn't like a bad glut necessarily. Like there wasn't. Everybody was kind of doing something a little bit different, but still, I think there's the two camps of the necro guys that all they want is to listen to badly produced stuff, and then other people that are fine with whatever.
Yeah, they're on board.
I feel like I always go back to like Dark Throne is always kind of like a bellwether for me and all that stuff. Like, what were they doing? And I hear a lot of Dark Throne riffing in this, a lot of Burzum.
There's some like Ravishing Grimness.
Yeah, Burzum atmosphere in this for sure.
Panzerfaust, kind of like some of that era, especially. Lots of Burzum stuff. Yeah,
like I never thought of Burzum listening to him in the 90s. No. And now it's very clear, especially the production, even like some of the choices for keyboard, things that you wouldn't have, like very harpsichord-y chamber music kind of, medieval
it's very
stuff.
Baroque kind of stuff that's going on for sure. Like the song we just heard, one of the reasons I thought it might be a kind of a good tune is it's a more produced song. We'll talk about Malice a little bit later. But it's actually a song that was written in the band's kind of early years. So like you have like a foot in the past of like their kind of demo sort of days. But obviously it's been improved upon because you hear like kind of some of those progressive symphonic elements that made the band kind of unique, kind of atmospherically, I think.
Yeah, all the ideas are more kind of cohesive and they're not as, definitely not as rough around the edges as the first couple records, which there's a charm to that for sure. And I really enjoy.
But I think you can like really pull like some of the eeriness out of that. I think there's people that find Gehenna to be, I guess when I was researching, I didn't realize like some people really thought stuff like Witch is Born and Shivering Voice of the Ghost was kind of hokey. Whereas I thought it was like unsettling in a cool way.
I like that it was different imagery too.
Yeah.
It brought back more of like thinking about this, like A Witch is Born. I immediately after seeing, the movie The Witch.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was like that's the atmosphere they're trying to pull, like the Hammer atmosphere, like that old kind of folky horror that had some kind of root in reality, and it's not about Satan necessarily. Or even like the kind of the best line in the song is that this is the way to hell.
Yeah.
Just I really like, I never thought about it I think back in the time, but the atmosphere for this band is definitely maybe the best selling point of the band.
Sure. I think like
the most unique part, I think too.
The thing you hear in a song like Touched and Left for Dead that we're going to talk a lot more about is like right around the 2-minute mark of that song for people that want to kind of go back and re-listen or whatever. There's this sort of lovely kind of thing that's to me is like really reminiscent of stuff that like Arcturus did on Aspira. Especially a song called Fall of Man, which is always one of my favorite songs from that first kind of debut Arcturus record. And Sarkana is doing some stuff that like Sverred was doing on keyboard. Now she's not as advanced as Sverred. Sverred is like off the charts in terms of his musical ingenuity. I mean, he's like the key part of that whole band, Arcturus. Really.
Yeah, absolutely. Songwriter and
Yeah, and even Sarkana was, like a good songwriter. We'll kind of get into that. But like when Dolger then screams, "This is the way to hell," you were kind of talking like and then that lead kind of intertwines in with the keys. The whole vibe I get in a song like this is Dissection, Where Dead Angels Lie. Is it just has that kind of like eerie melodic.
It's like Calliope almost, but like slowed down. And
it's not as Calliope in like a Diabolical Masquerade kind of way where it almost becomes like circusy kind of, night work and stuff like that. But it has like that, that sort of eerie,
if you turn this into
mid-pace melodic kind of thing.
You turn that riff into like a tremolo riff. Mm-hmm. It's a Dissection.
There it is. Yeah. And these guys were like Norwegian, and Dissection were obviously Swedish and stuff. But yeah, that's kind of like the whole. That's why I think it's a good starter song, because if you go back and listen to Touch for Left for Dead, I think you get like kind of the total kitchen sink of like everything that made these guys great on those, like especially those first 3-4 records when they had a lot more of the keyboard kind of atmosphere stuff kind of working for them.
I didn't realize that Sanrab and Dolgar both did vocals.
Yeah, they kind of trade off a little bit.
And I think that's what makes the approach, or it makes it actually sound. I thought it was just like the production, but I think they're doing it in unison a lot as well.
I think Dolgar does most of them on the early records, but like when we get to like Murder and things like that, they're kind of like trading back and forth with two different styles, which is like one of the things that.
Then he's gone after that, I think.
I was looking around because I had read some things that Dolgar left, but I couldn't find where he did. That's something I want to kind of cross-reference.
I might have just been going by like
I heard
Metallium or something.
No, I did hear people referencing that, and then I would look at the lineups on every album, and like he was on every record. But maybe they broke up for a while.
I don't think they did a lot of touring. It's probably more of a studio band.
I was going to say, because you get like, once we get to like the late 90s, there starts to be like these 5-year gaps between records. And maybe Dolgar left then. But I think he was on every record as far as I know. So a little bit of background kind of on these guys. They sort of formed in January of 93, kind of nameless at first. It was Sanrab, who you just heard there, lead guitar, Dolgar, who will do, I think, primarily the vocals in the early years, and then also rhythm guitar. And then they had a drummer named Sir Verada, and he'd leave by 93 because of some legal issues. I don't really know all the stuff
maybe
there.
Some burnings of something?
Yeah, maybe. And that's when Dirge Rep's going to sort of kind of come in and stuff. And I found a quote that they kind of talk about the sort of early years here. And this is the book that Mark was alluding to that I kind of discovered on my shelf that I kind of forgot as a resource, and it's Dial Patterson's Black Metal Evolution of the Cult Volume 1. I think he's done a second volume since, and it's a quote from Dolgar, I think, and he says, "Sanrab and I have known each other since the age of 12 when my family moved from Oslo to Stavanger. He actually started out in another band called Incarnator, for a few months before me and him started our band, though this band became a one-man project before long. Not unlike other Norwegian bands, our first outfit, Inanimate, the two of us and bassist named Robert, had a more death metal approach to the music, but nothing was ever recorded, and we pretty soon parted ways with Robert. This was around 91, 92. We both wanted another musical direction, and we also started working with Sir Verada, who we knew him from school, but had gotten to know him better by that time. Early 93, we decided on the name Gehenna, and the music evolved into the direction you can hear on Black Seared Heart. We were only 16 or 17 years old at the time. So,
Gehenna, isn't it?
It's a Tolkien reference, I believe, but they didn't know it was a Tolkien reference until years later.
I'm pretty sure it's like Hebrew for hell.
Is it?
Or no, that's Sheol. Is Hebrew for hell.
I think it is Sheol's. Yeah, that's the Naglfar record.
I think I'm looking up on the.
It's some kind of weird kind of thing, kind of going on there.
The Valley of Hinnon.
Oh yeah,
is a historic surrounded by ancient Jerusalem from the west and southwest. The valley, known in its Aramaic name, Gehenna.
Oh, so it's the Aramaic.
Yeah, we should have asked Mel Gibson about that.
Yeah, there you go. Or Jesus, one of the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when Dirge Rep comes in, that's kind of when the band really starts to sort of formulate. And then they bring in Svartalv, who joins on bass. And I think before even Dirge and Svartalv come in is when they record the Black Seared Heart demo and the Ancestor of the Darkly Sky EP.
I think that Black Seared Heart thing came out at some point as its own
reissue. It got added on to stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then that's when Dirge and Svartalv kind of join, because they're not on either of those recordings. And then Necromantic Gallery Production released the EP, the Darkly Sky EP, in 94. And then that's what gets them to first sign with No Fashion. Mm-hmm. And they
great label for the time, man.
Yeah, and they enter the studio to record the full length in January of '94, and No Fashion has no money. And so then they get out of the contract, and then that's when Sarkana joins, and then that's when Had Not Found kind of enters the scene.
And Had Not Found, I'm trying to remember whose label that was.
It's John's. Because I got a quote from him. No, from Italian.
Oh, he was running. Yeah.
Yeah, and he says, this is a quote from the beginning of that article on Gehenna from the black metal book I was just kind of referring to. But John Metallian says, back in the day when I was doing my label Had Not Found, Gehenna was one of the first bands I really dealt seriously with. I'm so very proud to have released the first Spell mini CD. Of course, they progressed to what others say is greater things, and I'm happy to see the band left a very interesting catalog. Gehenna really didn't do any bad albums. So there you go. Yeah. And again, I have some I like more than others, but I don't like even though I have some critiques of Murder that we'll talk about later, like there's still songs I objectively like, and there's like aesthetics to it that I think are really interesting.
And I mean, thinking of that was some dark times of metal as well. Like everybody was
quotes where they talk about like they didn't know they felt like there was almost like an aimlessness in the scene, and they didn't really know what they should be doing at that point.
Yeah, I think like if you look at their catalog, nothing sounds the same. Yeah. Every record's doing something. It's either a leap, or it's like a refinement, or it's a complete. At one point they basically become a death metal band.
Yeah.
Like really fucking weird vocals later on too. Like, they're just like trying shit.
Yeah,
which is respectable.
They're always like evolving. I think you're onto something there. But I think like this whole like time where they kind of get onto Had Not Found, and then when Sarkana joins, I mean, is it unfair to say that for me, she's the secret ingredient. She's like, for me, when I think about what I like about Gehenna,
it's just because she was a hot chick.
It's part of that, but it's part of this weird. I mean, part of it was the mystique that there weren't females in black metal that were. And she wasn't a token because she was also writing songs. Yeah. That's the other thing. Yeah. Like she wasn't just a keyboard player, but like she has like a lot of co-songwriting credit with Sanrab on like a lot of songs. I was like, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah. Because at the time we had like Carrie Ruslatten who would show up occasionally and stuff too.
Yeah, you didn't have that many like in black metal.
I don't think I knew. I'm trying to think. I haven't looked at the CD in so long. Is there pictures in First Spell?
There are. The back of First Spell, it's one of the things I actually kind of like is that back cover. It's got like the photo on the back cover is this like weird like gateway kind of thing, and the band's kind of obscured, kind of standing in front of them, and they're all wearing corpse paint, and in the middle is like Sarkana, and she just looks like alluring, but also like dangerous. Like you're like
witch-like.
You're fucking like scared, but like also attracted. And I think that was like, I mean, her name's Sarkana. When
I was at Relapse, I had a picture of her on my wall of crap.
Yeah. Didn't she kind of look like?
She looked like she was like mildly Asian.
A little bit, but you know who she looked like? Speaking of like the old label days, is Rochelle.
Yeah, she had that vibe.
Who is Rochelle? Was with Century Media?
Century Media.
Yeah, for people in the inside like of 90s Century
she's doing
Media.
Something else now too. She's still in the PR game.
She is.
I forget what she's
but
doing
like I remember like seeing pictures of her and like double taking like, is that the girl from Gehenna? Like is she doing stuff for Century Media? Because
it was
back then
it was such a fucking boys club back in the time, and when you had like somebody really into the scene that was super like nice, and kind and attractive, you're just like, where are more of these types of people that are into this music?
Well, and speaking of songwriting, I mean, she co-wrote "Touched and Left for Dead." The song we kind of just open up with there, and that's in several of my favorite songs, including the next song we'll hear when we kind of get back into music and stuff. So I don't know. I think there was like a teenage boy kind of fascination with like a cool metal girl that was in this like scene that to me seemed fairly impenetrable, right? This Norwegian black metal thing that like pre-internet, I didn't, like
you didn't know how to.
I didn't really know what it was. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So because I didn't know any girls that were into like the shit I was into.
Let alone making the music.
Yeah, let alone like, I didn't know Amber and Blythe yet. Really, I knew who they were, but I didn't really know
Mythic, them. That death metal band was like, all female, but it was like, they weren't that, they were okay, but it wasn't like enough to, it was like, okay, that's cool that women are, but it was pretty, until now, now it's totally different story.
Which is interesting because the two episodes we're recording today, like, in a way, like, females are kind of a weird component to both of those episodes, like a key component, No,
I think with her, I wasn't aware that I didn't look into the songwriting credits. But I think, between her and Dirge Rep, those are like, he adds like this weird pseudo-industrial element to it, but also just, I don't know, there's something about his drums that have always attracted me. Even like when he did Bloodheim, Mardrum, Monumentum, and Below the Lights with Enslaved as well.
And that's the transition period of Enslaved.
Wow.
Yeah.
He does some incredible drumming shit on those records.
Yep.
And this is more reeled in for sure, but the way the production on it is really goofy, but it really adds to the whole, I think, vibe of everything. Like the hi-hats sound really like, that's almost, you can barely hear the double kicks.
Yeah.
But the like eeriness of the wash of the hi-hats really kind of add atmosphere, but everything seems a little bit disjointed too, which I think adds to it as well. Like the keyboards are like, bam, right there. They're like up. It almost feels like everything was recorded and then the drums and the keyboards are added at another time. Like everything's kind of mixed together in a kind of a dense way.
Yeah, it's sort of like the way that, one of the things people said when like anthems first came out is the way that Emperor recorded that was like these layers upon layers upon layers. And again, the keyboards don't stick out as much on anthems. They're more seamlessly, but like the weird ways in which these black metal bands were like trying to figure out how to record is part of the charm of this kind of like nostalgia. And I think the thing that makes like Gehenna interesting to me, especially like First Spell, and even to some extent on Seen Through the Veils of Darkness, the second spell, is just how odd they sound. They just sound odd, in the same way. And this kind of connects to First Spell that like Bergstadt from like Over just sounded odd. It just sounded like a record I didn't ever hear any other band sounding like.
True.
Like, just in terms of like
the first Satyricon record.
Yeah,
sounds
Dark
weird.
Medieval Times. Yeah. And all those have symphonic elements to them. I mean, Over is more folky. It wasn't really symphonic, but it wasn't like all grim black metal. It wasn't like what they did on like Nathan's Magical, you know. But I think there's like a mythical, there's like something mythical about those
and
songs.
mysterious.
Yeah, they're like songs, they're like albums made in the forest. Or shit like that.
That atmosphere really like the cover for First Spell is great. It's like a woman on a horse and two people like in silhouette, almost like the Hellhammer cover.
Yeah,
but it does not. You didn't see anything like that. And then Bergstadt. I mean, all that like we didn't know shit about Norway. You could pick up like a traveler book and see like, oh, this is beautiful, but it's they kind of pull in that weird mythology fairy tale element
and nature.
Yeah,
a lot of nature.
Yeah.
One thing I saw somebody, I don't know where I got it from, but somebody was commenting about the First Spell cover that it said, it looks like on the cover, there's two spirits condemned to wander forever the misty forest. And you're just seeing these sort of silhouettes. And it's it's something like you're kind of more of a professional when it comes to photography. At least you were at a certain point. But like, it's something like
20 years ago.
I could do this. You know what I mean? I could make some weird silhouette. So it's kind of got a necro kind of DIY kind of quality to it in terms of like how but that's almost the charm.
And it's like, it looks like it's mildly out of focus, but also like everything looks like a hand touched it.
Yep.
Like the First Spell lettering is totally handmade. The Gehenna logo.
The Gehenna logo is pretty fucking awesome.
With the weird wings. They've never changed it as far as I can tell.
I think it's great.
And it has like the little sun in the center and or whatever that thing might be. But
isn't it like pink too? Like there's something like aspect.
The cover I'm looking at in Metallium is just maybe straight black and white.
Maybe it's the Head Not Found thing on the back. But
there's like
the
Head Not Found logo is like a light red.
Yeah, or something. It's like magenta almost kind of looking, and it popped against the black and white.
It almost looks like the anti-mosh symbol and some shit that
sure.
they would have on that stuff.
But so they signed with Head Not Found, and then they release First Spell, which is essentially an EP. They re-record some of the stuff from like Angelwings and Ravenclaws that we'll hear coming up in this next set is actually from the demo days. They kind of just like redo.
It's almost 30 minutes long.
Yeah. I always kind of thought it was like a debut album, but they call it an EP, and they really say that Second Spell is the first really full length. Their first full length or whatever. But yeah, do you know the interesting thing about what this album was supposed to be though? Because this is something like I discovered, and then Chris was like, holy shit, I forgot about that. This was supposed to be released as a split. Do you know what was going to be on the other side of the split in 1994? Was Over Bergstadt. It was supposed to be First Spell, Bergstadt as a split CD. Yeah, as a split vinyl. Just like, and it was only going to be 4 songs from Gehenna, and then when Bergstadt kind of like dropped off, I think both bands added like a 5th song to make it like extend it out a little bit.
That's cool. I don't remember that.
So it's like really fascinating. There's this kind of quote that I sort of found about this, where he says, let's see. Yeah, it says, shortly after Sargana joined the fold, the band headed back into the studio, recorded first spell. Only 26 minutes spread over 5 songs. It was originally intended as one half of a split album with label mates over, though it was later decided to release the recording separately to allow each band greater control over the sleeve design. The first spell cover has, in fact, proved iconic. In low contrast, monochrome photography of 2 figures, that's Dolger and Dirge Rep, as it turns out, with horses, seemingly taken at night, proving just as mysterious as the music within. There's a great quote from Dolger. He goes, Sanreb and Garb argue to this very day over what the cover would have been. So, yeah.
Well, usually it was, because there was like the, Emperor Enslaved split, which is probably the most famous of the black metal splits. But then there was the Satyricon and Enslaved split, the Yggdrasil.
Yep,
thing.
Yggdrasil, and I can't remember what the Satyricon side is called, but I have it.
I don't remember. I'd always had it with the Enslaved on the front, but
yep,
that's like something kind of that comes out of like punk.
Yeah,
the split album. It doesn't happen a whole lot anymore, except with like grindcore bands and power violence and that kind of shit.
Yeah, there's a great little quote in the book here too. I'm trying to think who it's from. I think it's from who is Dolger? Yeah, it's Dolger. He says, we spent a lot of time in the woods and in a local cave at night during those first years, trying to soak up the atmosphere, discussing our interests in the occult, talking about different ideas for the music and the band. So it all came from there. We lit a bonfire, watched the shadows play, and listened to the sounds of nature. Perhaps that sounds like a black metal cliche, but that is actually the way it was. I know Sanreb wrote the music for the song Morning Star after attending a funeral, and that the lyrics for Unearthly Loose Palace came from a dream. But I think those nights in nature embrace were the biggest influence on what we wrote at the time, which is pretty cool.
I mean, it's the whole black metal scene. It's basically like the analog for, U.S. is like a bunch of kids that live in the rural area.
Yeah.
They used to have to make their own
Northwest
fun.
And some of that kind
of
stuff.
And I think like, me growing up, it was a subdivision, but everybody had like an acre.
Yeah. You were kind of out in the country-ish.
Yeah. I think I was maybe felt some more kinship because I would just go out into the woods by myself. There was a golf course, and then like farmland. Everybody had like kind of woods breaking each one up, and you just go out there and you get lost. But imagine like hanging out in like rural Norway.
It's just the vast, vast fjords.
Like the whole like the scope of it just like hits you.
Yeah, for sure.
And to be in awe of something like that is definitely, especially these guys I think most of them are my age, like 46, 47 now.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
So that, maybe like we had the same, it felt like the same type of like imagery that was interesting. It was different than what everybody else was doing. There's nothing blatantly satanic really about it.
No, and
it was just more like the occult.
A little bit later, but yeah, they were just more interested in the occult. They didn't really have the political agenda. They did get a couple shows canceled because people like thought they were like kind of part of that like Nazi fascism kind of thing, and they were like, it was like a bad time. I found some,
but most of that stuff they're not really. Like the Stooges used to wear Scott used to wear a Nazi armband to be an asshole.
Sure.
It's like
Same with Sex Pistols. And
it's to fuck with, it's to be, confrontational, be an ass.
But I think like one of the things I noticed when I was going back and trying to find like a lot of interviews with these guys is when I would stumble upon an interview, like 90% of the questions were not about the music. It was just people trying to sensationalize and like ask them like, are you part of like this? That was like every single interview. And it was like,
it's unfortunate.
That seemed to be the thing that it was like the cart that was like leading the horse, unfortunately. And so I think sometimes some of these bands kind of got left behind or unappreciated maybe, because they weren't part of the controversy. So they weren't getting the same kind of attention that like Burzum or Emperor.
That's the only reason they got any mainstream attention at all was because of
the church burnings,
the sensationalized shit. It wasn't like they don't give a shit about the music.
Yeah,
it's like what's going to sell magazines? Like, oh my god, these murderers are making this crazy music and burning churches and killing gay people and like.
And you can almost hear the disappointment, like
very small group
in the answers that like Sanrab or Dolger are kind of giving in that like. They kind of just want to talk about the music, and they're just like having to like answer the same like fucking like.
I think
we're not part of this.
That might have been another reason
that.
I was drawn more to this too, because it wasn't sensationalized.
Yeah, they just seemed like they were just doing their own thing.
Yeah,
kind
of like none of that really brought. I was already interested in the music before that aspect.
That wasn't the thing
happened.
That hooked you. Yeah, absolutely.
And it was like, okay, it's cool that we're getting the people, have some kind of like touchstone where they can understand what black metal is.
Sure,
but it was like all that shit just didn't do anything. It was just like, okay, that's just the normies out there that would never listen to this shit, and they're like, oh man, that stuff's crazy.
Yeah, no, I think he talked about it. A church city commission protested our gig at one point. The reason that they protested was because they thought we were a death cult. Just since things that they were just dealing with, a lot of ignorance. And
it's crazy how ignorant people still are about stuff that what they think it's about.
Yeah,
they don't take the time to actually look into it.
Yeah,
they're just like, I'm mad, and this is like an affront to my values, and we need to destroy these people.
Yeah,
do you even know what you don't understand what this shit is?
Tennessee school board banning mouse because it had nudity in it, because somebody disrobes at it's like a naked mouse in a death camp in a Holocaust. Like, that's not titillating. It's also like the least offensive thing that's going to happen in a high school. Like, just walk the hallways. Trust me.
They can see people butt fucking each other like horses on their phone.
Like, you should be more concerned with censoring their phones and controlling what your kids have access to on their phones than anything. That's
if you can get a kid
library.
in a library, just be happy you can just get them in the fucking library.
Do you know when because I use mouse in my classes, I would hand out mouse and I would say it's due in 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah. And I would have kids every time, scolds of them come back the next day and be like, I read the whole thing last night.
Yeah.
The whole
That's
thing
why
from
it's
start
so
to finish.
important. It's an analog. It's, using mice and cats as analogs, but it makes it in a way that's not as horrific as seeing real Holocaust footage, but it helps you understand.
It's still there. And it's a first-hand account from a survivor. It's not even this just obnoxious kind of shit. So, so it is. It's often, like you said, kind of ignorant people that just don't know what they're really doing. One thing about Sarkana that I think was kind of interesting is on the first spell, a song we're not playing, but I thought about playing because it's great. Everything's great on this thing. Is a tune called Morning Star, which I think is the closing number. Featured
Lucifer.
It featured a riff from Chopin's March Funèbre.
Oh, nice.
They were kind of
there's things that sound
from
familiar,
classical music and
public domain, man. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, why not? So I thought that was kind of a little cool riff. And so after First Spell, they then signed with Cacophonous Records, which I think was a British label. I believe.
The Cradle of Filth label.
Yeah, Cradle of Filth was on there. Psy was on there. Primordial was on there.
Yep. Good label for.
It was kind of an
years.
Interesting kind of label.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. So, and then they'll kind of put out their Seen Through the Veils of Darkness, the second Spell record. So, but let's kind of talk, I guess, a little bit about some of the music we're going to kind of hear here. We're going to start with Shivering Voice of the Ghost, which this was kind of the song I was kind of alluding to. And this was co-written by Sarkana, which is pretty awesome. And I just wrote, it's really kind of a masterpiece of grim symphonic black metal, which is often a genre that's too polished. But this is a perfect balance, I think, between lo-fi, kind of grim charm of black metal and the aspirations of a genre. But so you can hear the aspirations that Gehenna have, but yet they don't have the chops yet to do the stuff. And I think
that's some of my favorite stuff.
That musical primitiveness is so cool, and it's clunky in all the charming kind of ways that you sort of want.
That's usually my favorite records are before they really hit it.
Yeah.
Where they're reaching, and then once they get there, they're good. But I love seeing the rough around the edges kind of.
Yeah, I know. I get almost it to me, it's the same kind of charm that you get with Enslaved Viking Ligger. Mm-hmm. Sverd's not quite where he's going to be with Arcturus, and Trim's not quite where he's going to be with Emperor.
Oh, not at all. Yeah.
But they're pushing, right? Yep. They're kind of pushing. Same with Wrath of the Tyrants, the weird keyboard use that they do. Was it Night of the Graveless Souls? Yeah, that dun 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 dun. It's the first time you hear that, it's I can think that this is cheesy, or just go with it and be this is fucking sweet.
It's like a horror element, you'd have in a horror score, kind of a Bernard Herrmann, over the topness.
Absolutely, it's kind of what Type O would sometimes do with some of their organ playing and stuff like that.
Well, even some of the riffs on Shivering Voice have that almost catatonia, that kind of like melancholic riff.
For sure. And I think that's one of the things about Gehenna is, a lot of the bands were sort of necro that came out of this scene, but there is a real sense of like true moroseness that like really falls over those, like, especially those first 4 records. Mm-hmm. I mean, even though Adimiron Black it's a different record and I love it, but it still has like a depressing moroseness, that dark dissonance.
All their records, floating over. Even like Murder is just, it seems like somebody's had enough and they're standing up. It's violent and barbaric.
Yeah, but I think like when you talk about like the catatonia atmosphere, that's like a different kind of like depressing, like My Dying Bride, Peaceful 3.
Yeah, there's doom elements to this for sure, because it's like if you put them next to a contemporary like Cradle, which are just turn the bombast up to 11, kind of thing. Like
once you get past like Principle still had some rawness to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but it still had bombast.
But it's still like it's more of a punch in the face. This is more of like slowly sinking into fucking depression in the forest.
And I mean, I don't know when you guys were like discovering this stuff, but like for me, the fucking Baroque keyboard solo, that was pretty rare.
Yeah.
Like you heard keyboards and stuff,
but not solos.
Yeah. And they really let like Circana like just kind of go.
Yeah.
Top notch stuff, And I think like the thing about Dirge, he's like holding down this like incessant, like kind of mid-pace, like galloping beat. It kind of reminds me of stuff that you'd hear in like early Ulver, where it's just like, it's fast, but it's not fast. It's just this incessant.
The cymbals are fast. Even the double bass is when it does kick in, just it's not like,
that's what I mean. Yeah, it's not a blast beat, but it's got like this gallop to it.
Yeah,
that, like,
there's like a Maiden
on Bergtalk almost
vibe
stuff
to
like that. And then the next song we're going to play, I kind of threw this one at Mark, so he might not have notes too much on it, but is a tune from called Unearthly Loose Palace. And that's the one that they were saying was based on a dream. And I said the formula for these guys, all right, and see if you agree with me, is they play a minor key, kind of simple riff. Then they start layering on tops like church organs, synths, and then about halfway through, there's a dramatic key change, tempo shift. Often it's like a tritone guitar lead from Sanreb, and then they return back to the original theme. And that's like, and I'm not saying that's bad.
There's a couple. I'd throw a couple more tempo changes in.
Yeah.
There's probably like at least 4 to 5 per.
And to me, this song like does that perfectly. And one of the cool things, like the cool acoustic undertones that they sort of add in, and this kind of hits on what you and I were just talking about. It's this melancholy somberness. I said it's almost like Emperor, if Emperor was like just like listening to like lots of like Lycia records.
Yeah.
And Lycia was like a band that influenced like Type O a whole bunch. And there's even like Type O elements on Gehenna. And I don't mean like the hokey kind of parts or the tongue-in-cheek stuff, but like when Type O like truly got like dark and like depressing, and the way that they would use some of like the keyboards and things like that. I'm not saying they were contemporaries, but I can see these like weird
technically they were.
They kind of were, but I don't know if they knew about each other. Gehenna probably knew who Type O were.
Yeah.
People did, but and again, there's Type O would go like further, and they would kind of almost enter into like Cradle of Filth kind of territory at times with some of the gothic kind of elements. There's never gothic.
They use sarcasm for showing emotional vulnerability.
There you go. Yeah, Gehenna's just,
they're a very American or British kind of vibe. It was almost more of a British vibe than anything.
You mean Type O, what they were doing?
Yeah. As far as the sensibility of the the like sarcastic dry humor.
Yep.
Very, Monty Python, stiff upper lip, British kind of vibe.
For sure.
But Norway, you don't think of their culture in general as, being outspoken. It's more about,
I think they're pretty introverted as a culture.
Yeah. Like even, I follow this guy on, I don't remember what his name is on YouTube. It's like a Norwegian cultural channel where he kind of like, people in Norway love tacos. Like he's just talking about shit. That's the worst Norwegian accent ever. Yes. But he's like, the pandemic didn't affect us that much because we're not super affectionate in public. We just kind of stick to ourselves. And I was like, okay, that makes a lot of sense with all the music too.
Yeah, you kind of think of like some cultures during the pandemic where like America's such an extroverted type culture and things like that like we tended to like,
and like rugged individuality.
Sure.
Jesus,
even though we are rugged individual, we're still like an extroverted type culture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like it's a kind of weird combo, whereas like extroverted non-individualism is like Italy or Spain, where it's a very huggy, very, touchy-feely, but it's a lot of shared spaces, parks and things like that.
Intergenerational, homes and things like that.
Yeah,
as well.
and like the just,
Or
no one has lawns. That was one thing I noticed when I lived in Italy. Like
Yeah.
everybody goes to the park to walk their dogs collectively and together, and like you say hi, and people are playing games. It's like Central Park in New York is very much European in terms of its ideology, But yeah, so I think that's one thing. Like I notice is just that melancholy and somberness, and you really hear it in tunes like "Shivering Ghost" or "Shivering Voice" or "Unearthly Loose Palace." And then we go into Angelwings and Ravenclaws, and this is a tune from their demo days, definitely the oldest song on First Spell. But you got, again, Sarkano's touch, adding some kind of those archaic, like melodic layers that weren't really there.
This one's definitely got the Burzum heavy vibes, and the keyboard line is like the Maiden, one of their like, oh, songs, like, like there's probably 15 of them.
Sure.
There's one on every album.
Yeah.
But it almost follows one of those like Harris kind of keyboard line or bass lines and stuff.
Speaking of which, we last time Mark and I hung out was to see Bruce Dickinson's spoken word. It was really cool.
We could have like grabbed him.
Yeah,
it was so close. It was pretty amazing.
Pretty awesome. If you get a chance, some people on Patreon were asking how that was. And I was like, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I had some guy I didn't know that on Instagram asked me about it too, and I was just like, I didn't have any expectation, and it was great. It was
I knew
really
he'd be
fun.
a good storyteller.
Yeah, and there's
because his interviews are always good on camera.
And I've got every documentary that's ever been made on Maiden. I've watched so many fucking interviews and stuff, and there's still other things. Contextualize certain things I already heard. Of course, there's always the stories of like the manure dropping and all that, but yeah, it was just fun. It was fun to get like lost in. I hadn't been at anything like that, and like just a dude up on a stage talking. It just felt nice.
Yeah, and like I said, the only thing I could compare it to is when I saw Jake the Snake and Hacksaw talk.
Yeah,
and it was the same thing. I kind of lost myself in the storytelling. Whereas when you're at a concert, I don't know, there's a lot you're like worrying about, like people are bumping into you. You're kind of like, whereas that you could just sit and relax and just kind of
a concert, you know what's coming.
Yeah,
I didn't look into this at all. Yeah, if I'm sure he was probably keeping a fairly decent narrative.
He has PowerPoint to kind of, as a teacher, like I storytell, but I have like the PowerPoint in the background to like anchor me to know like where my narrative kind of has to go next. Yeah, things like that.
But I would definitely, he's doing a lot of dates. If you can get out there, even if you're not third row, it's great. Go see it. It's fun. It's really fun.
I know one of our patrons was actually at that show. He was like 11th row, and he didn't realize we were there. Yeah, Jason Leonard. And they're like, oh fuck, we need to meet. He lives like near. I think he's Oakland County, so he's like right near where we're at. But yeah, one thing about that was really like geeky is he was telling that story about the like getting trapped in France, and the town he was talking about was Cherbourg, which is that like movie that I'm obsessed with, that musical with Catherine Deneuve, The Umbrellas of Cherbourg.
Oh, that they redid into La La Land.
Yeah. And that's kind of come up lately because we're showing it in my film class, but one of the other things is, are you a Futurama fan?
Absolutely, that's great. Great series.
So like Futurama, like, and I don't want to like unearth like emotions for you here, but like the saddest episode of that show was like the dog episode.
Oh yeah.
And the song they're playing over that is the song from Umbrellas of Cherbourg.
No shit.
And like I had no idea that like the connectivity, and like I love Umbrellas of Cherbourg. Make it like I weep when I watch that movie, and it's just like so beautiful and like heart wrenching. And of course they would use it for like this scene in Futurama because it's also beautiful and heart wrenching.
And all those writers are so versed in
like
art house film and everything.
Yeah, they're all fucking like nerds like us. They're just like into that sort of stuff. And so it was weird because I just discovered that like 2 weeks ago, and then Bruce makes this Cherbourg reference about getting trapped in this like French town and having to Nico has to fly in and save him and stuff like that. And I was like,
he did such a great Nico impersonation.
God, his Nico impression.
And I didn't know anything about like Nico being a pilot.
No, me neither.
So like all that, it goes to show you like all the you can be super fan and still like learn new stuff. It's fun.
So like that was kind of a cool little connection. But anyways, talking about all your Maiden riffs just got me kind of thinking about that. But yeah, it's it's catchy. Angelwings and Ravenclaws saturate it in these kind of keys and things like that. So it's really good stuff. And then we sort of transition to their second record, and there's obviously a big kind of a big vibe, and we'll talk more about their second record when we kind of come back. But at least the songs that were the first song you'll hear will at least kind of set that one up, which is Lord of Flies. I believe the album opener. And it's got this great opening.
It's it reminds me of a Kubrick.
Yeah.
No, like from Eyes Wide Shut.
It's like
kinda.
weird. Yeah. It's just like unsettling, or like, it's like, I don't know if it's like it almost reminded me of like a movie sample or something like that, but it's not, I don't think.
And it almost seems just like a word that's tweaked somehow. No. It's just like, God, what the fuck?
And then fucking Dirge shows his blast.
It's like a Ministry beat.
Yeah.
Like it sounds like some of Mine's a Terrible Thing to Taste almost, with how punchy and in your face it is.
Which is fascinating because there are a lot of industrial elements coming down the road, especially like Malice and Adimiron, you know, so like they might have had an ear for like that genre of music, because you know, Nine Inch Nails and Ministry and stuff like that were some of the darker mainstream records that were coming out, you know, and they probably were listening to some of that kind of stuff.
I'm sure. I mean, in like electronic music is incredibly popular in Norway anyways.
Yeah. You hear it with Ulver and the stuff.
Yeah,
that,
and even like Fenris talks about it,
and,
you know, would DJ techno music and shit. Like it was a big kind of like cultural touchstone with them as well.
Yep. And so, you know, you've got this kind of opening, and then it settles into this, you know, mid-pace keyboard saturated style that you kind of expect. But I think like all that changes around like 2:30 mark of Lord of Flies, and that's when kind of blast beats and this fucking Hellhammer, Motorhead, Venom like riff just sort of like starts to come in about like midway, that like biker kind of riff.
It hit me like Bathory.
Yeah, Bathory a little bit too.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Like Hammerheart Bathory.
Yep. Before it kind of like cascades back into this kind of melodic, kind of folky passage in the final minute. And then there's like a blast right at the very fucking end of Lord of Flies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me, in my notes I put down, it reminded me of like if Satyricon kept doing Dark Medieval Times on a second record.
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of doing Shadow Throne, which is way more like stripped down and less, you know, bombastic.
With less keyboardy and things like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. And then we'll then we'll end with another song, Mystical Play of Shadows, that we'll kind of talk more about and Seen Through the Veils when we kind of come back. So we've got a trio of tunes from First Spell here, their debut EP. We've got the aforementioned Shivering Voice of the Ghost, Unearthly Loose Palace, Angelwings and Ravenclaws, and then we got a pair of tunes from Seen Through the Veils of Darkness, the second spell, which is Lord of the Flies, and then we'll end with Mystical Play of Shadows. That was Mystical Play of Shadows, Lord of Flies, Angelwings and Ravenclaws, Unearthly Loose Palace, and then we kicked off with the Shivering Voice of the Ghost. So the last tune we heard there, Mystical Play of Shadows, as kind of a entry point into talking about Seen Through the Veils of Darkness. It's just kind of a great little tremolo number. Dirge kind of pushes along with some blasting at times. And he even does like this weird, you would know as a drummer, I called it a swing shuffle. It's just like weird shuffle beat.
I don't know a lot of...
but I don't know what it's called.
Drum nomenclature.
I know it when I hear it. And it's different than a blast. And it almost has like a groove to it. And it's like this swing shuffle kind of thing. And I just thought it's a nice little kind of fast-paced song to add some variety, because a lot of these other songs we've been playing are fairly mid-paced, outside of a few blasts here and there.
This is definitely Emperor School. The my notes for most of it is like the dense production and harsh and lush at the same time,
which is very in the night side kind of that kind of
but mentality. Even like he does like the kind of a drawn out like Isan, like where he do like wow, where he sounds like he's maybe it's just from the video where he's just like rolling his eyes back and turning his head around, like a camera's going around him for
curse of reverence,
loss of curse of reverence,
yep. That's funny. But basically, when it comes to like this record and them getting signed with Cacophonous and stuff, there's an interesting quote from Dolgar where he's kind of said, basically, he says the songs selected for First Spell were simply chosen because they had that common approach of being slower and mid-pace. He says we actually recorded all of the Seen Through album before First Spell was actually released. He says, which proves just how slow things moved in the underground back then, mostly because of lack of money. So by the time First Spell came out, this was already a done record. So they were like well beyond those type of songs.
Well, also that at that age, like you don't have
tons of
family, you don't have bills to worry about. Like you can focus so intently.
Playing music. Yep. And, it's a true debut for them. Comes out a year later, 1995. Much better production, new label. I like the logo in red on the cover of this. It's very cool. And in the inside, I don't know if you remember, but they're all wearing fucking like mannequin masks. The way that you had Aaron wear it for Eclipse 7 cover. And it's very eerie. Like,
do they have dog rings too, like she had on her hand?
No. But it's just like they're almost like what's that French horror film where he makes her wear the mask?
I've got the Criterion of that. It's
I think did I give you that Criterion? I might.
No, I bought this.
Oh, that one you got?
Fuck.
I have it somewhere on the
it's
shelf.
Such a fucking
right
good
here.
Movie.
Yeah, but it's basically she's scarred, and so he's making her wear this kind of like weird, like World War I kind of mask. Kind of thing.
You can only see her eyes.
Yeah, eyes without a face.
Eyes without a face. Yep.
There it is. Yeah, Billy Idol. We should know from Billy Idol.
Eyes without a face.
But that's what they're kind of wearing on the inside. It's just weird.
I forgot.
Like that's a weird aesthetic for a black metal band to like have, because everybody was all about corpse paint and things like that.
I think on Malice, don't they use like projection over their faces or something?
They're doing some weird stuff there. There's actually a really cool picture on the back of Malice that I'm
going to grab because it's right over here.
Grab the pile, yeah. But yeah, so like on Malice, I think when they get to that, that's kind of almost like the back of First Spell again, where they're like all standing together with like Sarkana kind of in the middle, but this time it's like all in color and things like that. So
get back on the mic here. Because there's like the center photos where they're like in their black metal guys, but then they've got, it's almost like Eyes Wide Shut.
Sure. Yeah.
It's kind of weirdness of those masks.
Yep.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
It's pretty creepy,
And the cover almost reminds me of, was it the Turn Loose the Swans, the different version of like the melting candle kind of thing? It's like a doorway with,
what I'm kind of,
it's like a little like old like dungeon door. But the color's great.
The veil to darkness, I guess, So the window to darkness, I guess, maybe.
And there's the exit to light in the back.
Yeah, there you go. Well, and then the cover, one of the covers coming up when we talk about Malice, I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on that, because that's a fascinating cover when we get to it.
Well, that photographer is pretty, he's known for his nude photography.
Yeah.
When you first see it.
The same guy that did the Adimiron Black cover too?
Yeah.
They're both nude?
Yeah. And I think he did he did a couple other black metal covers. I looked him up.
Oh, did you? Okay.
But he was known for nude photography, and that Malice cover, there's like, when you look at it close, you're like, holy shit, that's a lot of
it looks
weird
like,
naked
it
body.
reminds me when we talk about Malice, because they're sort of formed into a pentagram. It reminds me of the remake of Suspiria, that whole sequence where all the dancers are kind of like, do you know what I'm talking about? That's that scene where they're kind of like forming like a pentagram or some weird witches shit. So again, witches and all this, like there's something kind of magical about Gehenna, and there's like this kind of evil incanting kind of element to them. It's dangerous, you know, and that's the part I kind of like dig about it, you know.
It's another as Martin Ain would say, it's another color of darkness, you know.
That is, yes.
But it's there's not a whole lot of black metal bands that are really into like the arcane, ancient evil kind of thing. It's more of a, I guess, Emperor to some degree.
I would say that's the thing about Emperor that I think.
But Emperor is way more of like, it's like, you know, fucking big orchestra mythology. Yeah. It's like huge. This is more of like the cruddy weird shit that you see happening like in your area here, like you got like an orchard behind you. You could see some fucking witches out there floating around doing
like Blair Witch type shit. Like where it's like weird backyard stuff, or
like weird pagan stuff that doesn't necessarily have tomes about it.
Detective stuff.
Yes,
So some of that kind of stuff. You know, and I guess at this point in '95, you know, you had Demu doing For All Tid. Cradle had just put out Principle. You had Emperor, you had Arcturus. I think another band that maybe it's thrown into this, it's a band I know a little bit. I don't know how familiar you were with them back in the day. I think Chris was kind of into them, but Limbonic Art. I think Limbonic Art's kind of like a contemporary Gehenna. They were also doing like a lot of like mid-pace, keyboard heavy, that stuff that wasn't like obnoxious. Like,
was Samoth in that? Or was that on his label?
Something to do with them, perhaps. Okay. I'm not 100% sure, you know, but...
I remember seeing, what was his label called? Do you remember? Samoth's label?
Oh, boy.
Like that Tormentor album was on it?
Was the first one? Thou Shalt Suffer. What might have been on there?
I think later on he put that out on there.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I don't remember if he was in Limbonic Art or had something to do with it, but...
Yeah, he might have guessed it on him. Speaking of guesting, Garm's on this record.
Yes.
Yeah, so... Sonrob says, the sound on Second Spell is mostly controlled by synthesizers because I didn't think the guitars had too much interesting to add, really. We actually received some criticism for being too varied on the Second Spell, which is probably the silliest comment I've ever heard. It's like we're being criticized for trying to make the music more interesting. Yeah, so that's a great, we don't get a lot of Sonrob quotes.
It's funny to hear Sonrob say silly, too.
Yeah, exactly. Silly, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what these guys are like. Did you ever meet them?
Never
interview them? Did Chris interview them for?
We did for Digital Metal, but not for
Requiem. Were they ever in Requiem?
No, I don't think we ever did. Yeah, they were definitely on like our playlists and stuff, but
yeah, I forgot to look. You know,
I don't remember having any. I think I would remember if we did that, but
yeah. But here's what Dial had to say about everything. He said, once again, keys played a prominent role, frequently soaring alongside the other instruments in a symphonic manner, very similar to Emperors and the Nightside Eclipse. Mm-hmm. That's, you know, what you said earlier. Released the same year, so they're contemporaries. Combined with surprisingly catchy riffs, the result was an epic and driving collection of songs and arguably, the most accessible chapter of their career.
Most accessible?
Yeah. So the like... easiest album to maybe get into is...
I think Malice is easier to get into than this. But
you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're both... Yeah. I could see them...
It's a little more refined.
Yeah.
This is like their icon, and then Malice is like Draconian Times kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like incremental changes.
And so the stuff you get here, we're going to hear two more songs from Seen Through the Veils, and so we'll talk about those songs, then we'll sort of introduce Malice, because we're kind of... This next set, I threw both albums kind of in. You've got Witch is Born, and in a lot of ways, Witch is...
My favorite song.
It's great, yeah. And I just wrote the centerpiece of this record, question mark.
I'd say the centerpiece of their career. It like has everything in it that I want.
It's pretty up there for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely my favorite on this record.
Their single, if I had to pick one song to show somebody...
This would be it?
Yeah.
Man, that's a great question.
Because like everything's hitting, like it even has like a vocal hook.
Yeah,
which that's not really part of a lot of the other stuff. It has like pop sensibilities, I think, to a lot of it.
I think in a lot of ways it's like a spiritual sequel to Shivering Voice.
Yes, yeah.
You know, and it's really interesting that both are about these, you know, ghost, a witch, like these elements, right? Mm-hmm. These kind of like traditional feared kind of beacons of evil or something like that. You know, it's not about Satan or, you know, those kind of elements that you heard a lot of black metal doing. It's... I don't know. You didn't hear a lot of songs about like witches and ghosts in black metal.
No, I mean you heard it in King Diamond.
Yeah, it's definitely got more of that
kind of vibe. And I think that's like the storytelling aspect. Even though I've never read any of their lyrics, but like the kind of like seeing deciphering what lyrics I can understand,
Yep.
and then seeing the imagery, song titles. It like sets everything up, and it paints a picture as you're hearing it.
Sure. No. And I musically, I love the kind of tritone tremolo riff that periodically kind of pops in and out during like kind of the verses and stuff like that. And you have amazing stuff happening after the first verse. That's maybe my favorite part of the whole song. Or I'm sorry, after the first chorus, when you hear like the sound effects, the killer kind of bass playing, which
even like the
killer bass playing was like a black metal faux pas back then. You know what I mean?
Didn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Low end was like, anathema.
So you're hearing like these like voices of people like cackling in the woods and just like,
well, like the opening lines of "In a crooked house, as old as the forest, a child is born in fire." That was like, I was just like, imagine like such a like evocative imagery.
Sure.
I was like, that sounds fucking awesome, man.
Yeah. Well, and it's, I mean, the power of that movie, The Witch, is like when I like left the theater after seeing that, I got in my car and immediately, I didn't know what I wanted to listen to, but I knew I needed to listen. I put on Electric Wizard because I thought like I was inside some of those songs where they talk about like Dunwich and some of those kind of things, but like it wasn't quite evil enough. I think this is probably the song I wanted. I didn't think about it until years after I saw the movie, but I think you pointed that out. This is what I kind of wanted, I love this sort of majestic, sort of spectral stuff that's happening like at the song's end. That's very Night Side Eclipse. Almost.
Even like the lead riff, it's like mimicking. It's a really simple song, and the lead riff just kind of is another take off of that keyboard line, really.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. This is the hit song. If you're gonna like sell somebody
if there's such a thing as a hit black metal single,
black metal Gehenna kind of song, and then like Shairak, Kinnummh, which I looked up. I kind of found some weird translations here and there, but not a direct one. I found some words that were kind of similar, but this one didn't. Like,
is it made up stuff, or is it like?
It might be. It almost seems like some kind of like ancient Mesopotamian kind of thing. That's kind of maybe the vibe I was sort of getting. But
there's a lot of like alternative spellings of a lot of that stuff too. It's hard to find anything.
This one I thought was interesting. I wanted to throw it in because it's kind of a weird counterpoint. It's almost like folkish. You almost get like an upbeat, like Kebnekazi kind of type parts, like interwoven with the blast beats and sort of the mid-pace kind of symphonic black metal stuff.
Yeah. And
like that's weird to say that like Gehenna, a band that kind of like unsettles you at times, had like upbeat kind of elements to their songs, but it's there. You know what I mean? That's kind of like strange. In fact, in this,
to go back deeper in the darkness, you got to go up a little bit.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
Well, I've got a lot of Bathory.
Yeah,
for sure. Burzum.
Some Bloodfire Death Bathory, especially.
Dissection. Yeah. It's got that fucking killer hook. Lots of time changes. Lots of movements.
Yes. And so those, so Seen Through the Veils of Darkness, Mark, this is your favorite record, you said, correct?
It's the one I think holds up the best for me.
Okay. And I'm more of a Malice guy, but I wouldn't.
Malice is great.
I wouldn't fault you for
It's great too, but
these are my top two, probably.
Yeah.
Admirion's probably right up there, and I have some reasons why I love Admirion so much.
There's a lot to like there too.
Yeah, there's some real interesting stuff. So then a year later, we get Malice. And I think for a lot of people, this is seen, I think by critics as kind of the peak of Gehenna in a lot of ways. That's debatable, but it's kind of, seen as maybe the crowning achievement, at least of phase one of Gehenna. Like the ideas they started on first spell kind of evolve, I think, and are at like kind of peak form. And I can see, based on your aesthetic, why you probably might prefer Seen Through, because like, they're like 85% of the way there.
Yeah.
And that's like,
and the production's not there
yet. That's exactly like right where
the sweet spot.
Where you're at. Yeah. If I've known you for quite a long time, that's exactly there. I can Malice is by no means polished, but it definitely has better production.
Better production, but also I think more the songwriting and the arrangement is much more matured.
Yeah.
Like the She Who Loves the Flame. I think that's the first we were going to play.
Yes. Yep.
The keyboard line is almost like it's put together much more from like they understand what they're trying to do a little bit more. It's not as like happenstance as some of the earlier stuff.
Yep.
But when like the vocal line comes out, and then there's like the keyboard kind of dances around it a little bit.
Yep.
And then the I think the guitar really takes a back seat a lot in these songs.
Sure.
It's at the same level, but it's more of just kind of like mild atmosphere. The keyboards are really kind of what's pushing that song together.
Sure. Yeah. And here's what Dial had to say about it. He said, Malice proved a natural successor, the symphonic black metal style refined with slightly more technical songs and far less mystical atmosphere than Second Spell. The production was clearer, and though it did little with the bass, which is now being played by Noctifier, he's in the band now.
Good name.
Yep, Noctifier.
Nocturnal Pulse.
It ably separated the guitars, drums, vocals, and synths, the later proving varied and adding a dreamy and carnivalesque vibe to the proceedings, a stark contrast with the nasty-sounding riffs. If the ethereal forest atmosphere of the past had been laid to rest, then the 14-minute-long Ad Arma, which we'll hear a little bit later, was the nails in its coffin. The nuclear war theme lyrics bringing a contemporary vibe as much as the industrial sounds utilized in its musical content.
He's hearing the same stuff we are.
Yeah, I think so.
I've literally never talked to anybody about this band except for you, Chris, and maybe Brian.
Yeah. I was gonna say this is
It's like I've never had a conversation.
No
about
scholarship on this band.
Yeah,
it's the weirdest thing. That's why I got so excited to find out that there was a 32-page booklet for First Spell. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
what is everybody saying? Did somebody write an essay on Gehenna?
That's cool because I thought we already did this.
Did you?
Show.
Yeah.
And when you said, I was like, we haven't done it. Like, yeah, I totally want to do that. It's like forget about all the stuff.
I've been sort of thinking about it for like a while, like something that was kind of like back to basics, meat and potatoes kind of episode. Or something. I was like, oh, Gehenna. Mark and I think had.
Well, it was good to go back and listen and to be like pleasantly surprised all along the way.
Yeah, it's still held up.
It's still held up. Like, there's not a whole lot of things that don't hold up to some degree, but all the stuff I loved about at least the first 3 records are still there.
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting you brought up like one thing I kind of notice is like there's with some of the riffs a little bit more sharper industrial sort of elements. I'm hearing like Satyricon Thorns type stuff starting to creep in. The stuff that
Satyricon like tone, the tone is there. That's what's the guy's name? Not Satyr, but the dude that drove Varg Vikernes to kill Euronymous.
Snorri, right?
Snorri Rook. Yep.
Yeah, Thorns.
That tone that he came up with.
Yep.
That kind of bled into Satyricon and that first Thorns record. It's just like,
nobody,
I don't know what he did, like what the technical.
It's just like razor wire riff. Yeah. It's the Rebel Extravaganza was like kind of, and this
co-wrote a lot of that stuff.
This is still 2 years before Rebel. So like this predates those Satyricon elements, really.
True. Yeah.
And I don't know if it really gets credit for doing that. I'm not saying that Gehenna was the first to do that because certainly Thorn stuff was floating around in demo form, But
he had a lot to do. I remember talking with Chris about this too. Like I don't know if he interviewed him or read something about it, but how much influence the Snorri Rook really had on the next generation of black metal
too. Yeah, it's interesting. I found this the Decibel issue, which Mark did the cover for, the top 100 black metal albums of all time.
It's a fun one.
Gehenna's on there, and I'm not going to read this now. I'll read it in the next talk set. But it has Sanrab's top 5 on here.
And
this is kind of interesting. I don't remember that. Bathory, Under the Sign of the Black Mark.
Good one.
Okay. Venom, black metal. All right. Yeah. Thorns.
There we go.
Mayhem, De Mysterious, and Burzum. And again,
it's a good list.
That's all the stuff I can you can hear those Burzum, you can hear those Thorns. It's definitely there. Bathory, certainly.
And it's not necessarily using the same riffs, but the atmosphere and the tone.
Yeah.
Because Burzum's not great as far as like, he's not a really accomplished musician, but man, could he really like craft a gnarly fucking tone for guitar and a really like the atmosphere. He had it down before anybody else did.
Yeah.
Mayhem would go on to do that more with like De Mysterious, but he really had just like, it was just oppressive.
Yeah, it was like suffocating. And,
everybody.
Unsettling, all those kind of words you want.
Like Dark Throne were kneeling at the altar of Burzum for a while there. So,
yeah, it's interesting. I think there is this sort of idea of like wanting to dismiss like Burzum because obviously because of who he is and who he continues to be, like trolling people online and stuff. But I think it's difficult because I think I see it all the time on like metal Twitter, which I kind of follow a lot. there's people that want to dismiss Burzum because I think they want to say, okay, so people have taken Burzum's ideas and they've done it better. They've done like, and that's debatable. That's a debate for sure. But I think like, just because you hate this thing and you hate him, like you still have to like reckon with like his contribution, like regardless of how you feel about it, and regardless of whether you want to listen to it. If you don't want to listen to Burzum anymore, I don't give a shit. I don't put a lot of Burzum on that much anymore, but I don't actively not put it on. I just depends on what I'm. You
got to be in a mood, but
for sure.
If you're talking about the story of black metal, you can't leave it out.
You can't do it. Like Roman Polanski's a piece of shit, but like you still have to talk about like Rosemary's Baby and Repulsion. Those have
Knife in the Water,
Chinatown. Those did things to advance like the language of film. Like Woody Allen makes me super uncomfortable, but like Annie Hall and that type of storytelling like certainly influenced like the next generation of comedy and breaking the fourth wall and whatever. But
so artists are they're not. You can't wrap them up into a neat little bow that fits into your political agenda or how you feel about something at the time. It's they're volatile people. Like this stuff, you're not gonna. If you wanted everything to be safe and feel like it all fit with your whatever agenda you might have or ideals you might have, you're gonna have really fucking boring shit. And that's what we're dealing with now with these big corporations that are kowtowing to. Anybody says something about it, well, we got to cut this out, so it's going to be just everything's PG-13. Everything can be played in China and every place else. Like we get a lot of dreck.
It's
and you need like a singular vision to do stuff that's interesting that pushes things forward. And that's what Varg. He's one dude doing it all.
Yeah.
I kind of like in the movie we talked about, like in one of our early Patreon episodes. What the fuck was the
Lords of Chaos
movie. They kind of set it up there. It was like, duh. Like he was shunned by other people, so he tried harder.
Yeah.
And he succeeded.
Yeah.
As far as
he had a chip on his shoulder.
Being grimmer, being like the atmosphere was there. The vocals were the worst of any, like they were so gross and over the top. Like it made everybody like, holy shit, we got to up our game.
And he sort of bought into his own like ideology in that like, other people started to disappoint him because they weren't like on his level of like commitment. And
yes.
Like,
and that's
almost
where
like he was too deep in his own like cult. And then he recognized like everybody else is not where I'm at. And he took that as a badge of honor instead of like, maybe I should back out of this, and get with like program that, yes, this is music. Yes, we have an ideology, but like, this is not like a manifesto to like create a new society. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Like once he hit that musical wall, because after Philosophem, I think he was in prison.
Yeah.
And they did those shitty fucking synth records. And then Bellis comes out and it's interesting.
Yeah.
But it captures kind of that vibe a little bit, but it's not. It's just kind of us like being nostalgic for Philosophem, really. But all that stuff, like, I think he took musical extremity and then he flipped it to be like nationalist, racist. Like that's the what he was trying to push, which doesn't get you very far.
And I think what's happened in the last like decade is he has like found social media and he's created all these Twitter profiles and he's just become this. He's become what we knew he was, but now he has like a forum.
I know. I've grown up. I mean, everybody's grown up with that type of guy that was on the fringes. That was, I think because they were on the fringe and they didn't have anything to lose, they make choices and like that. Most
They're
people
almost
wouldn't.
Like more crystallized and purified.
Yeah. And they kind of like, okay, well, I don't have any friends. This is almost a badge of honor. I'm going to just be fucking off the rails weird.
Yeah. Yep.
So
absolutely
long tangent.
No, but
it's like that. I think black metal isn't what it was going to be without Burzum.
Yeah. You can't tell that story.
No.
Yep. And there's dudes in black metal that, John's a tough figure too, and we love dissection.
Yeah.
We do. But like, he's a tough guy to like deal with sometimes, like to think about and how do you deal with that? It is what it is, but
a depressive,
misguided.
Definitely. He got in the scene young, mental problems for sure.
Yep.
And then you keep, if you're in any microcosm, any kind of little bubble on social media or in real life. That's why I've never stayed in just one lane. Like in the early 90s, we hung out with some people that were very into, very like black metal guys.
Joker and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
and that's, you know, that's what they really identified with, which is, that's
It's
cool.
almost limiting. You know
But
what I
it
mean?
was limiting because like, I don't want to just be this one thing. I want to be able to go and talk about comic books, or I want to talk about fucking horror movie, like whatever it might be. Like, I don't want to just be this one thing.
Yeah.
And I think if you get too deep in the just one thing, you get these people that are controlling and crazy. And
Well, it's like most of the artists that like I enjoy when like I see interviews with what they're listening to, they're often not listening to anything of what their own music is.
yes,
And that's refreshing to me
Yeah.
because that just means like they're just still exploring.
or filmmakers that are just they're like not into anything. Like you just, I think it's important to have your own voice and then have other things that you appreciate to kind of nourish it. But to get down this thing where you become like ideological with film or music, it really kind of limits what you can do.
Yeah.
If you're too like this side or to that side, then that limits like what you can branch out and do. Like
I belong to some like film groups and criterion groups on like social media and stuff like that. And like, there's just like some people that like their posts are so like rigid about things. Like they just dismiss like an entire director. They're like, I'll never like this director or anything that they've ever done. I'm like, all right. Like,
Yeah.
that sucks. Like, it just sucks. Like, it's like I have kids that say stuff like that in class sometimes. Like, I'll never listen to like a rap song. Okay. Like, I guess like, okay, if you want to like cut that entire lane off for your whole life and never understand that there could never be one example of like good art that comes from that.
yeah,
Cool, but like to me, you're just like missing out on life a little bit, you know. Like
For sure. I mean,
to
you-
have that strong of an ideology,
it's
towards things.
across the board, no matter what it is. Any kind of niche thing. Like over the pandemic, I got back into toy collecting, and there's groups of people that like vintage Star Wars collectors that if you have anything reproduction, then you're basically a piece of shit and you should be killed.
Yeah,
Like, why?
Doesn't surprise
Who
me.
fucking cares? Like, I'm doing this for enjoyment, not to
makes
be
you
part of
happy,
a fucking
fucking
club.
be happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like-
But they're like, you hear like death threats about people remaking stormtrooper guns. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, get
crazy.
over yourself.
that's great. It doesn't surprise me. Like,
But so like any like
Yeah.
thing where it's on the fringes that people, even sports,
Yeah.
people,
Oh, yeah.
their team loses, they flip over cars and
Fucking
start fucking
riots and
riots.
shit. Yeah, exactly.
Like, we're all crazy.
yeah, we all want to be tribal, but it's like tribalism can also be like scary. It can be like healthy if you're in like multiple tribes and you can like kind of bounce back and forth.
I think it's
to have that
easier.
passion,
It's
you know?
easier to stay in a tribe that's very kind of like monolithic and is very strict. Like, it's easy to be in the Ku Klux Klan. You know exactly what you can like, what you don't like, what you can do, what you don't do. And for some people that maybe takes, I don't know, like pressure off them to have to worry about anything else. But I want to experience new shit. I want to experience like from experts of any field that I'm interested in. I want to be able to go and talk to them about it.
Well, I think a lot of people are, and this is like getting into deeper philosophical stuff. I think a lot of people they're lacking in something and they're looking for some dogma to subscribe to that gives them order to the chaos of the universe.
Yes.
And I've always been fairly non-religious, agnostic, whatever, atheist, whatever. And I'm very comfortable with not dogmas. Like I'll openly like cross lines into things I'm not supposed to, and I've always been that way. Like I was the metalhead who was into indie rock, and I like was the first guy to love the Spice Girls in my school. Like I didn't give a fuck. I just like what I like,
If somebody says no
And it
to
doesn't
me,
scare me.
It makes me want to be like, fuck,
I'm just
fuck
kinda,
authority.
Yeah, I'm kind of like interested in that. And so like, I don't know, like I like what I like. And I'm also like, I actively seek out things to try and enjoy them. I don't go into things like, I think there's some people on the internet that actively seek out things to hate.
It's easier.
And it's like a hobby almost.
Yeah. Trolls.
For me, I'm like trying to find some value in things, like going through this journey with like, boner comedies and stuff like that. Like trying to find like movies that I probably dismissed in my film school years because I was like, like above that.
Because you're coming in at this point where you like, don't know much about it. So you want to go I got to go right here, here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's hard to like appreciate that stuff. And I'm able to contextualize that stuff. And like even like music my kids will play for me. Like I don't like a lot of it, but some of it, like I'm open to the idea that some of the music they're listening to is probably pretty cool. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like,
Absolutely.
And so I almost like love breaking dogmas, but I also am friends with a lot of people or know a lot of people that like wouldn't know how to operate their lives if they didn't subscribe to a religion or just some philosophy or some structure.
Yes.
Because so much of the rest of their life is unstructured and they don't know how to deal with that.
Well,
I live in a world of chaos and I like embrace the chaos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
that's why for thousands of years religion helped, because it, as much as there's corruption in any authority,
it gave hierarchy and organization.
yeah, but like ultimately we don't have anything now. Politics is a very awful way to try to have any kind of meaning in your life. It's always been about people in power wanting to stay in power.
Yeah.
But like religion on its fate, like Catholicism, I grew up Catholic. It's a set of values that if you hold true to those, it takes a lot of the chaos out of your life.
For sure. Yeah.
And you don't believe Bible truth as if this shit actually happened, but it's just like, okay, be good to people, don't steal from people. Like these are just common values that if you ascribe to those, your life's going to be easier than if you steal from people and, you're an asshole and you fuck other people's wives, like all that shit.
Yeah.
Politics doesn't do that.
Yeah.
And people are glomming onto that as if it's the new religion.
Well, it's sort of run by narcissistic sociopaths, essentially, because you have to be almost a narcissist or a sociopath to like want to be in a position of power.
Well, absolutely.
Or to believe that somebody should vote for you to like have authority.
Was
over
that on
them.
that Dickinson show where he
did talk about sociopaths?
Or Jimmy Carter was like the last.
He's the only guy that never was in a war.
I completely agree with that.
That's why he was a bad president. It sucks. You almost have to be like insane.
You got to be insane,
like,
or you've got to be, cultivated by, you've got like Biden has been, 40 years or something in politics.
Yeah.
And, like you've got to be kind of a nut job to really
to want to stay in that environment or to like
you can't make it's trying to turn the biggest ship you can imagine, and you can't make the kind of change you can make is with yourself, with your family, your community,
local level.
Yeah. But now people are glomming on to politics like it's a religion. And
one thing that was really interesting, there's a show that I'm really, really, really into, and it's kind of a controversial show, I'd say, on HBO called Euphoria. I love it. But
what's controversial about it?
It's
because I've seen the first season.
Yeah,
I liked it, and it felt like a glimpse into a millennial mind, which made sense to me.
I think that's what scares people is how authentic and how like raw it is for young people. It's almost showing things that like you shouldn't be seeing, and I don't.
Maybe that's why I liked it.
I like it because it's truthful.
It seemed authentic to me.
Truthful.
Yeah.
I don't. Did you see during the pandemic they did 2 bottle episodes because they couldn't like start filming until like some of the standards came down. So
the first season?
It was after the first season they did 2 specials. And,
I didn't even know that existed.
And then the second season just came out a few weeks ago. I've been kind of catching up. But one of the bottle episodes is the main character, the girlfriend of Peter Parker, for those of you that know, Zendaya. And it's her and her sponsor, and it's just them in a diner. And she's relapsed. Spoiler alert from season 1. At the end of the season, she relapses. And so she's talking to her sponsor, who's this like, African-American older guy. And it's just them at a diner for 45 minutes. And it's just talking about like things that a sponsor and an addict would talk about. And they talk, we
need real shit like that.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic episode. And I was talking to a guy I teach with who, who's had his journey with some of that kind of stuff. And I said, I want you to watch it. And I just want to know like if it's authentic, like the kind of conversations that they have in those kind of environments and stuff. But they have a pretty deep conversation about like religion. And she's kind of like, well, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. And he kind of like positions her like, you as an addict, like you don't need to like follow like the God of like religion, but like you need to believe in something that's bigger than yourself, or else you'll never like get out of this your own way. And again, I'm not, it's articulated over like a 20-minute segment.
It sounds like what they're doing in the Midnight Mass.
Yeah, exactly.
Monologues about things that people really talk about.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was really, really enlightening and stuff like that. And again, I think you and I have talked about this maybe before, that for us, maybe like our higher being is creativity and art. Like that's the thing that
understanding.
That's the thing that like plugs me into the world and gives me like meaning and purpose beyond like oneself,
Sure.
Teaching, like doing like good works and seeing like community goodness come out of like the things that I do or the impact I have on young people. Like that's also having like a driving thing for me.
I think having a career or a job or at least something in your life that you really get meaning from. And a lot of people don't have it.
Yeah. And
so they've got to go to, you watch a bunch of TV or you do drugs or whatever to try to like fill that void. And
well, and you see like even like the modern, like I was just doing this lecture in my global studies class last week, like the modern like populism movement that kind of really emerged out of like the '08 economic collapse. Like you had right-wing populism that kind of became the Tea Party and Trumpism. And then you had like the left-wing kind of anti-Wall Street, Bernie Sanders kind of stuff.
And this is worldwide.
Yeah, this is global.
France,
this is not
UK,
just happening here. And it's this idea that, you know, people felt like kind of like fucked by 2008 and by the fact that like the pieces that were put back together again didn't really solve the problem, you know, and you combine that with like this sort of like kind of hangover from globalization, that globalization has, you know, positively impacted a lot of things, but it's also had a negative impact, especially on like lower middle class manufacturing places. The Midwest, the Rust Belt, those sort of places have been kind of like
we can get
left behind.
It's cool to get a TV for $500, but then everything we rely on, it's like Rome, like we're not making anything.
Yeah, we're relying on slave labor. That's what Rome was doing, and they didn't really, you know. But it's also like it's raised like 500 million people in China and India out of like abject poverty. So like, but like we as Americans and we in the West, we think kind of sometimes insularly about ourselves. We don't really think all the time about that. And so a lot of that anger got coalesced into these like kind of populism movements where it's like a bunch of like aimless, lower middle class, working class, often people that have struggled to, you know, they're paying too much for medical bills, too much for college fucking loan, you know, like it's just they've been marginalized and like kicked so much that they don't know what to do but to like move into these two reactionary kind of populist kind of political philosophies. And I'm not saying that either of those philosophies is necessarily healthy, but it certainly
I would say neither are healthy at all.
You know, it sort of explains like why that phenomenon exists in the West in the last decade and a half.
Well,
or
I think
so,
we're used to, you know,
we're
people
searching for something bigger than ourselves.
Yeah, but for so many years we thought we could rely on these established systems, and now we realize that we can, like, you can work for 30 years and they can say fuck you, you don't get your pension.
Yeah. Yep.
Like that made me like 2007 is where I got my job downsized. I was given a severance. My 401k, the 2 weeks after I pulled it out, fucking tanked. I had not shit. So that's when I kind of pulled out of normal life. Yeah. I haven't had a job since that I didn't do
went
myself.
Off the grid a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
So I've been, you know, doing whatever I can that's in my power. Yeah. And not relied on outside forces. Yeah. To kind of do that. And I think that's a really hard thing, especially if you got a family, you're relying on, you know, you're a single income person, like a single mother, single father, whatever, like you're the one person bringing money in.
And I think the thing about people like you or I is you and I know, because of how we were trained and how we're very media savvy, we know how to seek and sift through the sea of bullshit. And what I think you have is in the post 2008 aftermath, you have the combination of the rise of social media. And so you have a lot of angry people looking for answers, and they're finding answers that aren't necessarily
in their echo chambers too.
Truth. And they're finding echo chambers. They're finding like racism became like an easy counter thing for your anger, whether it be towards the Muslim Kenyan president or, you know, immigrants who took your jobs. Like they're, you know, and again, like you're seeing that. And so you're seeing like the rise of some of that, not to get, you know, we're already in the weeds here, but again, it's just sort of an interesting sort of thing. So
I think social media might be I would say the biggest thing that's happened to our culture since fucking electricity.
Yeah, it's gonna unravel the social fabric of us.
Right now, it's just this fucking canon that does, like, we're like finally, like one last little thing that a lot of people will be affected by, I'm sure, is that the government is finally getting to be able to contain like PayPal. All these different, like, people doing these, like this micro gig economy thing.
Yeah, side hustle, black market.
For a lot of years, that was something that you could kind of work on the fringes, that you wouldn't be, you know, most people that are doing that type of work are not pulling in six figures. Is that the big one?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. I don't make six figures for sure.
But like nobody's getting rich. Most people aren't getting rich. They're just trying to fucking get by.
Yeah.
And now they're doing this thing where you have to, after you make $600 on any of these platforms, even if your friends you're going out for pizza and like, hey, I'll Venmo you $20 to pay back for dinner. At $600, a 1099-C maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Is sent directly to the government. So they're going to know that you made $600, but most people, that's just like through a year, we could easily go out to eat and spend $600.
For sure. Yeah.
And now that's controlled by like the government. So and
that's why we had to bring in Requiem Metal podcast accountant Uncle Steve
for
consulting about our Patreon.
Our Patreon, which is, it's not enough to live on by any stretch of the imagination. And we spend more than, and we appreciate the hell out of it.
I was going to say, we probably spend more of it.
I'm looking at, Jason's library of how much books and CDs and all this stuff. Like we're like interested in pulling all that stuff in, but I don't even know where my point is at this point, but it's just like,
it's more marginalization, and it's frustrating,
and bigger government taking more control over things when we need to
sort of like
get rid of that a little bit.
Corporate powers and it's
going back to the 2008 thing, like all those changes really just propped JP Morgan Chase and all these people right back where they were.
They didn't really punish anybody for it. Yeah. So and
now they're mad at us for getting too much unemployment.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of that, fucking grim symphonic black metal, Malice.
Oppression.
Yeah,
That's all here.
She Who Loves the Flame, which is the opening cut here on the record. I guess, you kind of already spoke a little bit to it, but it starts with these morose guitar melodies that kickstarts Malice. They're more prominent throughout the whole record, and I think more seamlessly integrated with the keyboards here.
Yeah, it's less of a kind of everything was muddy before, and now everything has more clarity to
like when you go back and listen to like Shivering Voice of the Ghost, like the keyboards almost sound like they're recorded in a separate room. Mm-hmm. And that's cool.
I like the aesthetic.
Yeah. But this is more blended. Shifting melodies and tempos and moods aplenty. I said there's even like a vibe of like Tiamat Clouds a little bit, like at the 120 mark of this song. And again, at like the 2-minute mark,
I see that.
It has like a spectral kind of quality you heard maybe on Clouds and Wild Honey, where it was like kind of kaleidoscopic, psychedelic a little bit. The guitar line at 240, I said is it's seductive black metal at its best, luring the listener into this kind of horror-esque sort of dangers, and then the more kind of haunting keys kind of like envelop you in this song. And I said there are ideas here. And again, this might be a bold take, but I'll do it. There are ideas here that I think Dimmu would then kind of go on and perfect on Enthrone. Mm-hmm. Like the way that Dimmu used keyboards on Enthrone was kind of mind-blowing in a way. The first time you heard it, you're like, holy shit, this is like full saturation, but like seamless in a weird way. Mm-hmm. Where they went from there, that's a different conversation. There's hits and misses, things I like, things I don't. But Enthrone is like its own...
it's mountain. Their 85% there.
Yeah. It's definitely there. And to me, they're building off some of the same kind of ideas Gehenna did, but Gehenna didn't really get the credit. Gehenna was sort of on a smaller label, and Throne comes out in Nuclear Blast. It gets kind of the full push. I feel
it was like something different. It was so different that it was easy to differentiate that between other black metal and then that. That was like the next thing.
Yep, absolutely. And so I don't know. I think that's kind of something that's it's just something to kind of think about for people that are maybe unfamiliar with Gehenna and maybe more familiar with Dimmu, is understand that this record comes out a year before Enthrone, and so just kind of context.
And, contemporaries with Emperor, it's like, it's interesting, like going back, and I didn't even think about that at the time, but in retrospect, like, man, they were just there. They just didn't get the attention.
Just didn't, whether it was the distribution on Cacophonous versus these other labels, who knows,
And Emperor was sexier.
Oh, sure.
Everything about it was
controversy surrounded them a little bit with Samoth.
A little bit of that with,
even who was the original drummer that went to prison?
His fucking name.
Faust.
Yeah. Which I love his drumming.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, there was definitely like a stigma.
Yeah. Like they were in with, Mayhem and all that other stuff
Yeah. Gehenna seems like they were like in a suburb.
Yes.
They were kind of not like hanging out Helvet and things like that. They
were doing their own thing.
Yeah.
And people that are doing their own thing usually never get mass appeal.
Yep. Absolutely.
As far as extreme concerned.
It's like early 90s alternative bands that weren't from Seattle. Like, it was tough. You had to like,
or even like, Nirvana and then Tad.
Yeah,
You know, like people
sure.
fucking love that band, but they're never going to
Yeah,
be
absolutely. Absolutely. And then the last song I'll talk about, and we'll talk about Manifestation when we sort of come back, but is just Bleeding the Blue Flame. And I think similar to She Who Loves the Flame, it's another melodic kind of thing.
Great epic opening riff.
Holy shit. I said, well, first of all, blue is an appropriate nod to the blue color of the first 3 Amorphous records, because that's what this
Amorphous
fucking riff is.
Yes.
It's a fucking,
It is.
there's all kinds of
it's a sped up Amorphous riff.
Yeah, it's a Tales from a Thousand Lakes.
It's an
sort of
Eastern
riff.
scale.
Yeah, yeah. And it's got, again, you know, there's Finnish riffs that are all over this song. I'll make mention of one in a moment too. There's like more of those like layered and thrown moments at like the 130 mark before they kind of rediscover these kind of warmer Finnish melodies. And the mood changes in the middle section. I even hear some stuff from North from here a little bit.
I think like even like Jesus, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. I forgot the first Darkthrone record.
Oh yeah, Soulside Journey.
Soulside Journey
Yeah.
sound. It's recorded like it's a Finnish death metal record.
Yeah, for sure. And the way that like everything's like going crazy, the musicianship is very
and
like
the saturation.
it's
of
like North
things.
from here.
Yeah,
You know, Clandestine. You know, it was
Yeah.
kind of like that too. You know, and I love the noisy feedback laden kind of whammy bar stuff that they're sort of doing throughout before like Dirge just fucking pushes the song full speed ahead near
and
the
the
end of
fucking
the song.
ride cymbal. Just
Yeah. Holy shit. The cymbal stuff is really fucking cool. So let's kind of get into it. We obviously went on a little tangent there, but yeah, people, people like our tangents.
They pay us money to do that.
That's what they do. So we got a pair of tunes to sort of wrap up Seen Through the Veils of Darkness, the second spell, with Witches Born and Shairak, Kinnummh. Who knows if I'm pronouncing that right.
Shaq's sister.
Yeah, Shaq's sister. Okay. And then a trio of tunes to kickstart Malice, She Who Loves the Flame, Bleeding the Blue Flame, and then Manifestation, which we'll talk about when we come back.
Scream in my crystal at night, I could hear.
That was Manifestation, Bleeding the Blue Flame, and She Who Loves the Flame from the Malice Gehenna record. And then we started things off with Witch is Born and Shairak, Kinnummh from Seen Through the Veils of Darkness.
A little bit of a flame thing happening here.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit of that.
Two songs of flame.
Yeah. I think that was like by Total Accent that I sequenced those two together. But Manifestation, man, that's a fun, Bathory, R noir, kind of thrashy, opening riff, rollicking, catchy.
Riff reminds me of an Enslaved riff.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah, I could see that too. Yep. This is the one, I know you talked about the cymbal work in Bleeding the Blue Flame, but fuck, Dirge Rep's cymbal work and how weird they are in the mix.
Well,
I haven't
I put
heard stuff like that.
Drums drive all in this.
Yeah. It's real. It's a very strange, the keys are really blended well in this song. It's got like kind of weird Baroque kind of key things that happen at like the 3:30 mark of that song. And that ripping end riff is fucking awesome.
The hook at the end, yeah.
And what's cool is like you think that it's going to ride out in fashion. And then Dirge does like a weird drum fill like right at the very end that like stutter steps it. And you're like, oh, what a fucking cool choice that was,
He's a really, I've always really liked his stuff. And he's a really prolific drummer as far as like all the session stuff he's done too.
What did he do after Enslaved? I don't remember when he left. Did he?
I looked up his stuff. I'm right here so I can.
Okay, no worries.
Dirge, let's see his past bands. He was in 122 Stab Wounds, which is also on Head Not Found.
And there's 122 Stab Wounds connections coming up later in this episode.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that's interesting.
So like Nettle Carrier, Needzatch, like all these bands I've never fucking heard of. Sect, Torturum, World Destroyer, active bands, the Consortium.
Yeah, no.
But he's done a lot of shit. But he's got a weird, like, looks like a rebel symbol tattoo on the side of his head. His picture, he's looking through chicken wire. So he's a weird dude. But I think my favorite stuff is definitely Gehenna and what he did with Enslaved.
The Enslaved stuff.
So Enslaved, like that was such a transitional period for Enslaved, and the drum, like I still like some of those drum, like the what is it, Monumentum or is it Mardrum, where there's like that dude, like he just does these like really not what you would expect punctuation, like snare hits.
It might be a Monumentum. I really remember
that opening track that
kind of stuff.
Like it was just, as somebody who tinkers around playing drums, like it sounds easy, but when you try to play it, it's like, Jesus fuck, man, this is like to be able to like completely change the rhythm like that. But yeah, he's an interesting guy for sure.
So I keep saying Malice, but it really should be Malice, our third spell.
Yes.
So, we had first spell, then we had second spell with Seen Through the Veils of Darkness, Malice, parentheses, our third spell.
The more inclusive, our third spell.
Exactly.
Not
the spell trilogy.
Yes.
And speaking of this record, this one showed up in Decibel's Top 100 and was written by Midwestern friend from Indianapolis, Sean Fraser. And I think actually, you know what? Mother of Graves, one of the first bands on his Wise Blood label, is from Indianapolis. That's why I'm thinking.
Have we met him?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have the famous photo of us after Deathfest leaning up against the wall, eating those
burritos.
The burritos, yeah, and it's Daniel, it's Nick,
Daniel Lake,
and
Nick
Sean.
Green.
Yeah, Sean's younger. Yep.
Okay. I always picture his face. He wasn't there last time.
No, Sean McComber was. And,
yes.
and he sat with us and hung out with us and stuff.
Yeah,
But
I talked to him
Fraser.
quite a bit.
So he wrote about Malice, and it came in at number 87 on the top 100 black metal records of all time. The only Gehenna record that cracked the top 100. But he said, before the impending lineup turnover, as they transitioned briefly into death metal, Gehenna conjured some wicked symphonic black magic on Malice. Informed by satanic ideology rather than enslaved by it, band founders Sanrab and Dolgar shared guitar and vocal duties, while Sarkana's haunting keyboard arrangements infused a shadowy sense of gothic drama. While the pentagram howls at full speed and Bleeding the Blue Flame adds blackened sludge, Touched and Left for Dead more closely represents the album's disalarmingly melodic grace and ranks as one of the most uncomfortably titled ballads in black metal history. Appropriately, ending with a blast of bomb strikes, 14-minute industrial-tinged centerpiece, Ad Arma, captures the timeless ferocity of warfare with all its deafening fury and interludes of ominous calm between tragedies, a theme explored further almost a decade later on WW. But Malice seems especially interested in the flames consuming the world, both rising from hell in a blaze of satanic rebellion and sparked from our own destructive devices. Gehenna's smirk into the fire, like clairvoyance, granted that brief moment of satisfaction as their predictions unfold with terrible accuracy, a second before the whole world turns to ash.
Unfortunately, Creator didn't call their album Terrible Accuracy, but
yeah, terrible certainty.
He's clicking into all the same kind of.
I think so.
It's refreshing to hear anybody else. I just to go back on it, like never hear anybody talk about this band. It's cool to hear that everybody's like getting those same kind of vibes.
It was like a band like that, you know, I feel like we all discovered like in our own like kind of weird vacuum. Like it was like a private conversation that we had, and then it was weird to discover that
pre-internet, like
other people were into it.
Yeah, like there's only so many bands you could talk about to other people while you're at shows.
Were you and Chris like pretty into this like right off the bat in the Requiem years, or like how did you guys like? I don't did you guys
remember
review these records. I don't remember.
I think so.
Okay, yeah, I have no idea.
I honestly, Chris would probably remember better. He's more of a like facts and figures dates guy than I am. I'm more of a gut instinct person.
Yeah.
I don't remember talking about them too much with Chris. I remember First Spell was kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
because that was still at the era where things were.
Everything was new
stuff
and weird.
Yeah, new and weird. Like, oh, what do you got? Like, oh, check this out. This is fucking cool. It's got a good vibe.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll have to ask him.
yeah. So I got a quote here from, I think it's from Dolgar again. And he says, "For this album, we felt very strong as a unit, and it was sort of a refreshing getting to start working on something new, considering that most of the previous albums were written simultaneously. It is perhaps our most complex album, and again we experimented with one of the songs in the studio, at Arma, based on a few existing riffs and a concept. At this time, I guess we spent more time in the rehearsal room and less sucking up the atmosphere in the woods, which may or may not explain the different atmosphere in the album. In addition to this, Sanrab and Sarkana wrote a lot of the music together instead of being presented mostly finished songs to write keyboards to. So it seems like they were kind of like working together at that time. And I think the song we're going to kind of talk about, and I kind of position this in a weird way, this next set of music, it's only 2 songs, but in a lot of ways, to me, they represent the passing of the torch for this band, and like the 2 sort of like weird personalities that have kind of started to emerge in this time. You have this kind of industrial kind of element with Ad Arma at times, and then you have this real stark element that we'll kind of get to when we talk about Devil's Work and Adimiron Black. But I think that Ad Arma, you know, it's definitely, it could be the centerpiece. You know, we talk about is Witch is Born, like the hit song, and I agree with that. But I think Ad Arma in a lot of ways is like their artistic kind of like peak. You know, it's a lot of really disparate ideas that sort of come together here. It's got Dark Throne, you know, riffs and Satyricon riffs in terms of that razor sharp kind of nature to the riffing.
Mayhem intro.
Yeah, for sure. The whole song is really kind of based on this kind of atmospheric repetition and this kind of like, I call it industrialized like frostiness, because it's like it definitely feels cold. You know, it's apocalyptic in a lot of ways.
Well, and they're like the guitar is going like halftime and the drums are always going double time, like Dismember style.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know, lyrics, you know, it's got the opening, humanity wondering what went wrong, dying whilst the war machine rolls on. You know, I mean, it's kind of hitting on those war themes. And I just said the riff at like the 5-minute mark of this song, to me, predicts Rebel Extravaganza in almost all 2000s, like Satyricon. And I love
kind of like an unlikely marriage of that more kind of industrial stripped down elements that I wouldn't have really seen that coming. Like it was more like the stripped down things, but I mean, kind of started with Burzum, really.
Sure. Yeah.
And then Dark Throne kind of took on the mantle to like really strip things down.
But that was like a grim... That was like a grim underproduced. The thing that was so different about like Rebel Extravaganza and like even that Thorns record, it was well produced.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. But it was still like razor sharp.
Yeah, it cut. Yeah. Yep. Were you surprised by this song when you guys heard it? Like a 14-minute song in the middle of a Norwegian black metal, or did it just kind of like whatever? You just kind of rolled with the punches. I just didn't know if this song like kind of like raise a flag or anything, like you're like, oh, this is weird. What
we were always up for whatever
Nothing
bands
really
were going to do. Like,
caught you off guard.
like most like bands that still like stick with me for sure. Like are bands that don't do stuff that you expect, like Dark Throne, Paradise Lost. Like when Dark Throne went from Soulside, to being like a grim black metal band, we were both like excited. Mm-hmm. Like, holy shit, did you hear what they're doing now? We're like, at the gates from Red as the Sky until, going on to like
Slaughter and Terminal and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, or with
Fear.
With Fear, it was just like, oh my God, this is like, how could they top that? They strip down and they become more brutal.
Yeah.
Like that. I think we wanted to be surprised.
Sure.
And when we weren't, that's when we kind of didn't think about it. So I think we were totally on board for the ride with whatever they wanted to give us.
Yeah, it's just weird. I just wonder how this like album was kind of received. I mean, Dial in his book says the record kind of got a lot of praise from fans and magazines. They toured with Marduk and who else? Mysticism at this time.
Just in
probably in Europe. Yeah. So I mean, like they had like localized kind of fame, but like to me, it's just like kind of weird. Like you just don't hear a whole lot about this band.
I've never read an interview with them in anything. So I mean, maybe in European fanzines, like, but at the time it was to find. You couldn't even find. You didn't know what the fuck the zine was called, let alone get a copy of it.
Yeah.
So you just didn't know. Mm-hmm. Like the stuff came out. You got like the most we would get was like a press release, and then here would be U.S. zines. Metal Maniacs when they started covering stuff, but yeah, it was like if we didn't see it, then we just did it ourselves.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll have to look back in some of the Requiems and
I've got them on the shelf.
And we'll see
if flip through. Chris didn't mention anything when I was talking.
I'm sure we reviewed them.
Yeah,
but I don't think we had an interview because at that point we were sending letters to PO boxes and then getting responses back, then typing them up. Like,
were you guys getting service from Cacophonous?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So you were getting this stuff like promoted and things like that?
Yeah, for sure. And then like, we'd get like, it was only bigger stuff. Like, well, looking back, it doesn't seem that big, but like, Black Mark, when around this era I was doing, like I interviewed Corthon and we'd do stuff like, it was bigger labels where we'd have to pay the long distance charges and they would reimburse us, which my parents, I remember doing, who was I talking with? But it was like a significant phone bill.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, what is this? Back when phone bills, you could get a lot of money.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm getting a check. And then I got a check from the company and cashed it and everything, gave them the money back. But it was like, shit, that's like something we don't even have to deal with. Like that was a risk.
That's why I like a lot of the interviews that I did back in the day.
They're mostly live, weren't they?
They were live in person, but when I had to do like a lot of phone interviews, either if the label wouldn't call, then I would set up at the radio station. So like that's where I interviewed like Isan, and so like that was all being recorded on like
DAT tape
91.5, like no cassette tapes.
Okay,
because remember I would cassette record my shows and stuff, but I would do it through like the soundboard, so not what they were hearing on the air, so no one was hearing like me and Isan like.
So
which would have been interesting, like patch that in like midway through, But there was basically this room where they would call through and they had the recording equipment all set up. It was really easy to record an interview that way, Because I don't remember how we did it through the phone.
Well, I mean, I used an answering machine.
Oh, is that? And then you did it on the answering machine tapes, right?
Yeah, and then for a while, like the Corthon tape, I actually had you'd have the receiver, and then I had a micro cassette recorder, and I had like this microphone suction cup that would stick on the top of the receiver where you'd be hearing.
Yeah.
So like hearing through the backside of the phone.
I kind of remember.
And it worked okay.
Yeah.
I wish I still had that fucking tape.
Yeah, no shit.
But yeah, it was total, duct tape and chewing gum kind of operation compared to now where you can, Skype and Zoom and all that stuff.
But I think like, when you get to a song like Ad Arma, that this 14-minute long song, where you get this riff like, that's just kind of playing for 5 or 6 minutes. You have kind of a lead underneath that's sort of like bubbling slowly to the surface before it like kind of dissipates into this kind of noisy distortion for several minutes before like re-emerging in the like last 2 minutes. I mean, you weren't hearing a lot of black metal do shit like this.
No.
You weren't hearing 14-minute long black metal songs back then, especially with like kind of a false finish in the middle for like 4 or 5 minutes of ambient kind of chaos. It's a cool idea. And I give these guys credit because they were trying to do something different, and for what it's worth. And so that kind of pairs well with Devil's Work. And Devil's Work comes from the next record that they put out 2 years later. And you could make an argument that the landscape of black metal changes a lot between like 96 and 98. It doesn't seem like it would in 2 years, but like the late 90s, everything was moving very quick.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the band itself is going through a lot of kind of changes, and I'll address those in a second. But they signed to a new label, speaking of Satyricon, Moonfog.
Yep.
Sarkana leaves, although she's on some of this record, and I'll read a little excerpt that kind of talks about that. They replace her with a guy named Damien on keys. Dirge Rep leaves for Enslaved, and he's replaced by a guy named Blod. I mean, the times they are changing. You know what I mean? Like, this is a kind of a newish type band.
And it starts out, it sounds like a bird song.
Yeah.
Like 12 string fucking guitar.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a new bassist that's been, I can't remember if he's on this or Malice, but his Ian Death was his name. I think he shows up on this record. So you've got 3 new band members. And really, like, Sarkana and Dirge Rep, those are like 2 of my 3 favorite parts of this whole band.
Yeah.
You know, alongside the riffs, you know.
You can definitely tell they're gone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but
you know, it takes some of the aggressive spirit of Malice and it sort of like focuses almost solely on that idea. You know, I don't know who it reminds me. Like Zyklon was doing sort of stuff like this.
I think it's got like 122 stab wounds, Zyklon, like even Cadaver to some extent, tone wise. But like Norwegian death metal has always had a very distinct sound.
Sure,
and this feels like they're really kind of pulling in more of that vibe than the atmosphere is kind of left, and the aggression and brutality kind of coming on this one.
Yep, absolutely. And here's what Dial had to say. He said, with that in mind, it's unsurprising that the 98 album Adimiron Black, which was preceded by a 3-track single Deadlights, proved baffling for longtime fans. Now signed to Moonfog, the band had undergone a significant lineup shift, losing all members save for founders Dolgar and Sanrab, and replacing them with newcomers Ian Death on bass, Blot on drums, and Damien on keyboards. Stylistically, the band accentuated the nastier side of Malice, the synths taking a back seat on an album that introduced death metal influences at a time when it was still controversial to do so.
Very controversial.
Without a doubt. Quote, we recorded a 3-song demo just before Dirge Rep left the band, trying to see which direction we wanted to go musically, reveals Dolgar. One of the songs, entitled Embryo, sounded like a continuation from the Malice album. One, an untitled song, sounded more like a heavy metal song, and the last one was the song Adimiron Black, which was the direction we eventually went in, of course. After the demo was recorded, Dirge Rep left, and soon after Sarkana left. 80% of the album was written after she left, so I do not think musical differences were part of her decision to leave. As you may know, she did not pursue any musical career after Gehenna, so I figure she was fed up with the whole thing. I also know that she did not get along too well with Blod, who had replaced Dirge Rep on drums halfway through the writing of the album. We did want to go in a different direction after Malice. We wanted a crueler and less melodic style. We basically felt Malice was as far as we could go in that direction without losing that sense of cruelty we feel black metal should have. Blod came in the band with a whole different background from thrash and death metal, and Damien was more into electronic ambient stuff, so we took advantage of their fresh approach to music.
Makes sense. I mean, because really, like, at this point, nobody wanted to be like just doing the same old shit that they'd been doing. You had to keep proving yourself album after album to stay relevant, really.
Absolutely. So we're going to hear one tune from Adimiron Black, and we'll come back and talk a little bit more about that record. And this is a song, I have a lot to say, and I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but this is a song that I've always felt kind of near and dear to. It's probably my favorite post-Malice song by them. Mm-hmm. You know, for me, when I stare at the cover of this sort of dead, naked woman covered in blood with a guy on the floor holding a gun, like kind of by his temple.
Like he's contemplating killing himself.
Yeah. I think of this song and its lyrics, the atmosphere, the unsettling nature, the way he screams, and the pain, and this life over and over again, you know. Even though the rest of the song is really kind of just more like focused on like kind of anti-Christian kind of fare, the and the pain and this life, the aesthetics of that like really like creep me out a little bit. And I remember I was living with Chris when this record came out, and I think he and I really like zoned in on this song. And in fact, I found an interview that Chris did for Decibel in like 2011, and he was like asking Sanrab about it, and he was like, tell me about like your favorite song on Adimiron Black. And Chris even like pitches him the idea, like, for me, it's always been like Devil, and like he almost gets Sandreb to like agree, like, yeah, that song is kind of like special in like a weird kind of way. I mean, even like songs like Deadlights and Eater of Dead, they also like kind of fit the covers themes too. But for me, it's like this opening weird horror movie effects of this song, like the melodic guitar repeating while kaleidoscope keys kind of float over the song. It's really unsettling. And it's a full 90 seconds before like anything really happens in the song. It's almost like you're just hearing these kind of sounds and things like that. And then this kind of evil mid-pace riff sort of kicks in. And, the rest of the song is like this industrialized, almost like Morbid Angel inflected black metal,
That kind of serpentine riff.
Yeah.
Swagger.
Yeah. It's some of that. And I love the section near the end of the song, like from about like the 5 minute to the 6:20 mark, where the guitars are kind of interplaying before this sort of guttural pain scream like pierce you again with like, and the pain. It's almost like a quiet reprieve. You think the song's over, and then it's just like, fuck me, man.
Also, it's almost like a hardcore vocal.
Yeah.
To some degree. Like it doesn't sound anything like the previous
like
records.
what we've heard. Yeah.
I put layers of agony as what the song is.
I would play and one of the reasons why this song is special and this record's special is I've talked about it before, but when I went to Italy for 6 months, I had 100 CDs. And I could just that's all I could take. And this is one of them. And I don't know why, right? I took Adimiron Black from Gehenna, but I did. And I remember sitting with like my friend Francesco, who was like my best Italian friend there. And he was not like a metalhead, but he was like a guy like us. He's just interested in shit. Mm-hmm. Like even if it was like challenging to him or whatever. And I was like, do you want to hear a song that's like fucking unsettling? Like almost like David Lynch unsettling or whatever. And I played it for him and he was just like, that song kind of freaked me out a little bit. I'm like, yeah, it's supposed to. I think like the whole aesthetic of the song is to like get under your skin a little bit.
Well, it's like a maturity thing is where do you go after, because you start out with this like this folk evil, primordial evil stuff. What's reality? What's real life evil?
It's this guy with a gun fucking a dead naked woman covered in blood. You know, like that's like that. I'm not scared of like Halloween shit.
Yeah,
I really am not. But I'm scared of like that shit.
What human beings can.
Yeah, humans scare me a lot more than like anything else.
Yeah, than monsters.
And I think that's like what this song kind of taps into. And when I stare at that album cover, I mean, what are your thoughts as like an artist when you sort of think of that cover? Like,
I mean, it tapped into the same kind of thing like the Last Fair Deal was doing. It was like tapping into like depression, mental illness,
industrial sort of like death.
Yeah, and like stuff you can't come back from, like stuff that'll completely change your, like earlier on.
Like whatever decision this guy made with this dead body, like it's all over.
It's like his life's a fucking mess.
Everything's gone at this point. Yeah. And the pain and this life. Like he's fucking and I always felt like Devil Work was like the voice in his head, like tempting him to like pure evil.
Yeah.
And he made
or
this fucking choice.
Or tempting you to that thing that once you do it, you'll never come back from.
It's the point of no return.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I think that's like a good, like at that age, they're probably, 98, like early 20s, like you're starting to think about, well, maybe not so much early 20s, thinking about how short and transient life really is, but that's more of something for
late
dude in his 40s exactly. to really think about. But you're thinking about more serious shit than just like hocus pocus and that kind of like fake stuff and like what's the worst thing that could happen.
So I think people, if you're new to Gehenna, there's a pair of tunes that like pretty contemplative here, and Devil's Work is like 7+ minutes. Ad Arma is like 14 minutes. So it's only 2 songs, but like you're gonna get like the full kitchen sink of like ideas that this band kind of has here. So let's get into it. Let's hear the last tune from Malice here, Ad Arma, and then the opening cut that we'll hear from Adimiron Black, Devil's Work. That was Devil's Work and Ad Arma, Ad Arma. And so, so we're at Adimiron Black here. Sandgrab says, after Malice, we felt we could not push the music any further in the melodic direction without losing the aggression or the darkness we want to convey with our music. So that was the first deliberate change that we kind of conceived of with Adimiron Black, obviously. And I just think, like, Blot is great, kind of battery pounding, but there's not those like extra qualities that Dirge had.
It's missing a little something.
Damien's adequate with some of the keys and stuff, especially in Devil's Work. He knows how to add kind of cool electronic elements, but he's not doing like I think Gone or the classical elements.
Yeah,
those days are kind of behind them, I guess. I don't know. I like this record a lot. It's still a record I kind of can put on quite a bit, but you can definitely start to sort of feel that the sort of ship is turning in a different direction a little bit.
It feels like it's less of a committee and it's more like two guys that are really steering everything.
Yeah.
And I think
Sarkana, I think, was that extra ingredient because she was a co-songwriter.
Yeah.
Her ideas kind of came to the surface a little bit.
I think, I love a lot of just like soul, one person bands, but I think when one person like really, if there's not some kind of like, back and forth and a little bit of like tension, I don't think you get the most interesting stuff.
Yeah. That dynamic, that back and forth.
And they had, an EP and 2 records to really kind of get that whole like relationship kind of fleshed out, and we dug it.
Yeah.
And then you drop it off and it's like, oh, mom and dad got divorced and now we got stepdad on drums and keyboard. Like there's a different, kind of
more
dichotomy
like session
there.
guys. They're not like completely full members in a way, And
they don't have the same input as, Sarkana would have had probably.
Dial said, aesthetically, the band had undergone a thorough reinvention. The cover for Adimiron Black, which we were just talking about in the last set, was free of occult overtones and featured a gruesome scene of a dead, half-naked woman with her gun-brandishing killer, while the record's lyrics delved into tales of war and murder, a far cry from the mystical-leaning, nature-inspired lyrics of old. To some extent, this reflected the members' move away from the satanic occult mindset of their younger years toward the philosophies its members hold today. I think this is Dolgar talking. He says, being 16 or 17 years old, obviously we did not have a whole lot of life experience, and some of our thoughts from those days will seem a bit naive looking back at them now. I guess everything was just more black and white, yes or no, back then. But reading some of our old lyrics, I still think there are a lot of great stuff there, which I'm not sure if we would have said or done very differently today. We are still very much the same people today, only like most other people in a good bottle of wine, we mature with age. And he says, I do not read as much about the occult today as I did back then, but that interest is still a part of me. I never did consider myself a Satanist in the conservative biblical definition of the term, but if you ask 10 people what a Satanist is, you are likely to get 10 different answers. Science and philosophy are more important to me now, but keep in mind that some of what we call science today was considered occultism yesterday, and some of today's occultism and magic may be called science tomorrow. The borderlines between these are ever changing. I do think most Christian believers interpret their Bible too literally, and it amazes me how little they question what is written. So it's just kind of some interesting thoughts about like where their mentality is kind of starting to shift with a record
just,
like this.
It's like just maturity.
Yep,
really.
Absolutely. And so you get basically, 2 more songs that we're going to kind of play off of this, and one is the title track. And I just said it's super catchy. It adheres to this kind of new, punishing, sort of symphonic death metal inflected version of Gehenna. I do miss, obviously, in this song in particular, some of the subtleties that Dirge kind of brought to the table a little bit.
Yeah, there's a nice little drum shuffle.
Yeah.
In this, and there's like lots of dissonance, but it's like brutality. It's an assault.
Yeah.
And I think like thematically, the sound works, but it doesn't quite grab me as much as the previous catalog.
Sure. Yep. And you brought up dissonance, and dissonance is going to be something that's going to play a big role in the next couple records that they do.
Yeah.
But there's also this interesting thing, and you hear it in the title track, where there's these intermittent kind of like clean rhythm guitar that they sort of mix in at certain times to sort of like break up the dissonance. I think is pretty clever.
Yeah.
And then we get a tune called Eater of the Dead, and this is actually a song Sarkana wrote. It's her last song. So this is her like, and to me, like, I hear the Sarkana in it, you know, like, and
I hear the Abath and the vocal approach
for sure. Yeah, there's definitely some of that. Like, the changing of the vocals, especially on Murder coming up, but you can already start to kind of hear it here as well. You've got the razor wire kind of Thorns type riffing. It's almost reminiscent of what, like Kraft. That's a band. Like I hear some Kraft and kind of what they're doing.
There's
here.
a lot of industrial and craft as well.
Yeah, for sure. And sure as shit, I said Sarkana comes to play at the 1:30-minute mark. When the song kicks in at 2 minutes, this is a band at their zenith. I love the noisy solo that sort of follows. When the music falls out after like 4 minutes, Sarkana gets to say her goodbyes. And she kind of does this cool like Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, like Exorcist thing, mixed with like a John Carpenter kind of like feel like at the end. And that's how the album ends. And it's how like her, it's almost like a fitting goodbye for her in a way, because she was such like a huge part of the aesthetic. And I don't know.
Well, there's toward the end, there's also that like industrial breakdown chug thing that happens. And then the fucking Slayer solo at the end. Which they don't really do solos. It was kind of interesting for that to kind of show up,
and you'll sort of hear more of that like Slayer stuff going to show up
kind
a
of
lot
intro or outro
Murder.
thing too.
You're gonna hear a lot more Slayer stuff in Murder that I have to kind of I'll sort of bring up. And so we have Adimiron Black and then Eater of the Dead, and then we got a pair of tunes from Murder and
the Crucified One. Not the Crucified Ones from Vader, but...
Which is funny because when we talk about that song, one of the first things I hear is Vader.
Yeah.
In a weird way, and that's just like kind of a happy accident. But,
well, I think out of all of those, out of the 90s, Vader managed to like almost cement themselves more as a death metal band when everybody else was falling apart.
Yeah.
They like
sort
stuck
of
to their
doubled
guns
down and things like that. I mean, some of the best Vader records are the late 90s.
Yeah.
When like a lot of death metal was like,
and there was not
lame.
much else happening. Like Vader, Decapitated. I guess these are all just Polish bands, but there wasn't a whole lot of just like pure death metal.
Yes.
And I think Vader really kind of, they're the standard bearers while everybody else was experimenting. They're like, okay, we're going to just double down and do what we do best. Short, fast, catchy, thrashy songs.
And I guess the question to ask yourself, when I was thinking about Murder is, objectively, Murder's a really good record.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the record I want from Gehenna? And I think those are two different questions, right? Like you can acknowledge like as like an interesting idea that's kind of doing like late 90s, early 2000s kind of like European death metal. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But is it a great Gehenna record? Because I think those are like almost like two different things. It's like I could see somebody, and we're pretty open-minded when it comes to Paradise Lost, but I could kind of see somebody sort of saying like, late 90s Paradise Lost is like great music, but is it what I want from Paradise Lost? And that's a fair question to ask. It doesn't...
I think with them, and I think with most bands that are really stretching a lot, as long as it feels like that, like Paradise Lost has always been depressive, dour, reflective music, no matter what it sounded like. And I don't think Gehenna follows, I don't think they know what they are right now.
Yeah.
I think they're reaching out to try to figure out what's like. Catatonia has always had an arc to what they are. They always sound, as much as they change, they always sound like Catatonia.
Yeah.
Even like the last record, which is
more or less a Jonas solo
which is
record.
supposed to be a solo record, but it still has those kind of like,
isms.
it feels like a Catatonia record as far as it's stretched out, but it feels like they're really struggling to, maybe not struggling, but they're really trying to figure out what they're going to be. Because you start as this one thing that's, I mean, like Dark Throne always sounds like Dark Throne no matter what they do. But I think that's a rarity with bands. And that's why I don't really revisit a lot of this later on work with them, because it has atmosphere, but it's almost stuff that you'd expect from a younger band with this brutality and really kind of gross, like Bass Instinct kind of vibes. I don't know. Like it doesn't make me, it takes me to a place, but there's not a whole lot extra to think about after that.
Yeah.
Like the earlier stuff, it kind of like sets an atmosphere in a framework and you can kind of live within that world. And this is all just like fucking life sucks.
Well, I got two things. One is I think this is from Sanreb, and it's around the time he says, we pushed the aggression to the max with Murder. We wanted to concentrate on making a very raw and aggressive album. We felt like doing something really straightforward and basic, and went into a different studio to get a more fat and bassy sound. I don't think there was much need for synth-based black metal. That's what he's thinking at this point.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to the origins of this kind of music. It reminds me of the earlier black metal bands before Dark Throne. It's more like old Sepultura. And we wanted to try out both grim and guttural vocals. It's kind of interesting. Here's a counterpoint to that from Dolgar. He says, on Murder, Damien had left the band, and we decided to just not use much keyboards when writing that album. Personally, I feel Murder went a step too far into the realm of death metal, and I actually left the band before the recording of the album was completed.
He did leave the band.
There it is.
But he's always performed on all the albums.
Mystery solved.
Okay.
I told you I solved the mystery.
There we go.
I just was waiting to reveal it. I think it's a fairly good album. I just don't think it's a very good Gehenna album.
I would agree with that sentiment.
That's a really kind of interesting sort of standpoint.
Yeah.
And so basically kind of after this, this is Dial kind of like offering some stuff. Then we can kind of talk a little bit about the songs. He says, with Dolgar gone, the band soon ground to a halt. Despite their high profile in the early days and the gems within their discography, the band went out with more of a fizzle than a bang. Even today, they have yet to earn the respect they deserve, especially given their pioneering role in creating black metal that celebrated atmosphere and melody without ever falling into overly commercial territories. Few bands have since touched upon such haunting territories, and many, including Head Not Found's Metallion, have expressed surprise that Gehenna did not become as big as outfits such as Emperor. The reasons this arguably illustrate the factors, aside from music quality, that can dictate a metal band's success. So, yeah.
It's good to hear that from, fucking John's pretty...
Yeah, it's pretty
ear to the, he was there, second wave black metal. If he's championing these guys, then...
Yep.
It's pretty good.
And then Dolgar kind of reflects on all this too a little bit more. He says, I think there are a number of reasons. I'm not sure if it was the best time for us to leave Cacophonous after Malice, because whatever else Cacophonous can and have been criticized for, at least they did get us out on tour. Sadly, that never happened with Moonfog, although Moonfog certainly were a better label in many other aspects. If we had done more touring during the last half of the 90s and further on, of course, I think we would have probably been a better known band. We get a lot of praise for that album now, and a lot of people think that this is our strongest album. All right, talking about Murder, I guess. Oh, maybe not. Wait, hang on. But it's needed time to grow on people, it seems. People expected a continuation of the melodic style from Malice. Oh, he's talking about Adimiron Black for some reason.
Okay.
It's out of order from where he's at. But when Adimiron Black was something very different, people did not know what to think at first. So that album failed a bit commercially in the crucial short time period after its release. Artistically, it was the right album at the right time, but commercially it was not. Murder probably just pushed things even further into the what the fuck category. We were inactive as a band during the period of time when the black metal went from the underground into the mainstream media with the focus on music instead of crime, which made it more acceptable as an art form and thus gave it better financial support. That's kind of interesting that they were sort of like out when black metal like left. Remember I was kind of talking about how all those early interviews were like all crime focused and like sensationalist, and like they were fighting through that and like as they should have. And it's almost like when that shit sort of like faded away, they just weren't there.
Yep.
It kind of sucks.
It's tough. So, I mean, it's
timing. Timing is a lot of things.
In anything is what matters. You're there. Usually, like I've always been slightly ahead of any trend or anything that would make me more successful immediately,
Yeah.
So, but ultimately longevity is another thing that can kind of add on to that. So if you keep doing what you love long enough, people will notice and people will eventually, but that's not everybody can play that game, especially in a band where you've got 5-6 individuals.
Yep.
That's even more difficult to try to navigate.
Agreed.
I like that are these interviews, like, is there a date on them or anything?
No, I don't know when. I'm trying to remember when this black metal book came out.
I mean, it's like
2013. Yeah,
okay.
So, recent decade, the last decade.
Okay.
Or so. They've probably thought
they've had time to reflect on a lot of this, so that's good.
Yeah, because this interview.
Because they sound like smart guys. Like,
yeah. I've never gotten the like vibe from like any of the stuff I read that these were guys that were just like in it for the wrong reasons. They were like guys that like were above the crime and the sensationalism, just trying to make like cool music.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
sometimes they succeeded and sometimes they kind of got lost in the.
But at least they kept going and they kept trying different stuff, which
Absolutely.
is commendable.
So the pair of tunes we're going to play from Murder to kind of represent some of this is, as Mark was alluding to before, the Crucified One and Perfect Hate. And, Crucified One, not just because of name, but it definitely has some Vader vibes. Although
Vader, Slayer, Cadaver vibes.
Tons. Yeah. One of the other things I hear a lot is like Dark Angel stuff.
Yeah.
That style of riffing.
I think Cadaver sounds mostly like Dark Angel.
Yeah, that makes sense now that I think about that. The other thing is, after I read that one quote about like what they were trying to do is like kind of with this stuff, I can kind of hear a little bit of the kind of old, like Morbid Vision, schizophrenia kind of Sepultura riff.
Yeah,
in some.
I totally get. I can get that now.
Yeah,
it wasn't like evident, but now they say it.
Yeah,
it's like that makes sense.
Then they kind of throw in some of the Slayer, Dark Angel sort of stuff, kind of mix it with like kind of dissonant chords that you would hear like with Morbid Angel or like Immolation or something.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, that's kind of what you're getting with Crucified One. And then Perfect Hate's a weird song. I thought it was interesting.
Is there like samples in it? Or is that just like, it was hard to really discern what, there's like this chaotic dissonance and sample-ish sounding stuff. It almost sounds like modern Immolation.
Okay.
For the song.
I could kind of hear that.
Because I've been on a big Immolation kick.
Same.
And I think that band is fucking brilliant.
Yes.
And I never gave them the time of day because they were a TION band.
Yep. And American Death Metal when you guys were into
But
European
I've seen them live a couple times, and holy shit, those guys are so fucking... They're doing it for the right reason. They just love doing it.
Ross is so
Bob
fucking
and Ross are
too.
fucking... They're awesome.
They're really great guys.
They played the Decibel Fest.
Yeah, I talked to Ross for a while. And
I went up and bought a sweatshirt. I introduced myself. I was like, "Hey, I'm Mark. I work with. I do the illustrations at the back of Decibel. I just wanted to, say you guys are great. Thanks for whatever. I want to get a sweatshirt." He's like, "Here, man, you just take it. Decibel's been good to us." And I was like, "Well, let me." And he had like a dog rescue thing there, and I just put the money in that. But like, who fucking has a dog rescue thing at a merch table? Like they're just
Immolation does.
They're fucking nice guys. They do really
totally
interesting
great guys.
Like I never gave them the time of day.
I don't think when I was younger.
There'll be an episode soon.
Yeah. We've definitely debated kind of like how to approach those. We have some thoughts. But I don't think when I was younger in my teens that I really was schooled on how to deal with like dissonance.
Yeah.
I hadn't really dealt with Velvet Undergrounds or the stuff we talked about in the Neurosis episode,
Mm-hmm.
this, stuff we'll be talking about next episode, that we record. I don't think I knew what to do with that style. So I don't think I heard the genius when I heard Immolation. Like I just heard like this wall of sound and there were riffs there, but I didn't know what to do with it.
But I think they're one of those bands that once you've listened to this stuff for a while, and then you can it's easier to penetrate certain things. And it just, I don't know, and seeing them live, I think, is a big part of that. Like the way Bob plays, where he has like these like moves as he does like the harmonics and stuff. And he reminds me of, especially if you hear him interviewed, he reminds me of, who's the guy that did all the King adaptations?
The Stephen King adaptation?
Yeah, he did like The Mist. He did
Frank Darabont?
Frank Darabont.
Yeah.
He has that vibe to him. And all the guys are like for a death metal band, all my preconceptions are kind of blown away, where they're really they want to do exactly what they want to do. They've always done what they wanted to do.
Sure.
Smart guys, big ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought one thing and they're completely another thing.
Yep.
No, I love to be proven wrong like that.
Sure. I absolutely agree. The thing I hear a lot in Perfect Hate, kind of on a different tangent, is, do you remember the band Merkskog?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I hear here.
Yeah.
I hear like that,
another Norwegian
like Satyricon, Merkskog, like what Satyricon was doing at this point, like post-Rebel Extravaganza, some of that. And then here's the other thing. The Slayer I'm hearing here is not what you would expect. It's Diablos fucking Slayer.
Yeah.
It's like groove metal.
Yes.
It's fucking weird. Like that's a weird, like I heard somebody like, I was reading like a review where somebody was reviewing Murder and they were like, some of the riffs on this album sound like Biohazard but done through like Gehenna.
You know what else it reminds
And
me
I was
of?
like, what?
Is Grave You'll Never See.
Yeah. Which is total bounce fucking groove shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting.
That's how they brought the melody back in, was through groove.
Yeah, absolutely.
In a way that wasn't, Pantera.
Yeah, and you have kind of like some of that Slayer groove kind of thing, and then there's some dissonance that comes back in like at the 140 mark or so.
There's like some Dark Throne dirge stuff going on in it too. There's a lot of they're trying a lot of new stuff.
The cool vocals, I don't know, they're kind of buried in the mix. What are your thoughts on the vocals on Murder? Because I think that's one of my issues, perhaps. I don't know.
It's not my favorite.
Yeah.
Stuff. They're trying something different, so that's cool, but I don't know. It's just not. It's nothing I really even reflected on much in my notes.
Yeah.
It was more music. The vocals are there. They're
Absolutely.
trying to do something different, but.
Well, let's get into it. We've kind of introduced all this. Let's wrap up Admiron Black and Murder, and then we'll kind of come back and start to kind of bring things towards a conclusion here. So we've got a pair of tunes from Admiron Black, the title track, Eater of the Dead. Then we've got the pair of tunes from Murder, the Crucified One and Perfect Kate. You can judge for yourself what you think about Murder. Enjoy. That was Perfect Hate, The Crucified One from Murder, and then we started off with Adimiron Black and Eater of Dead, The Dead from Adimiron Black from 98. So we're kind of in this weird period where, Dolgar kind of talked about the band being sort of on hiatus, and then he comes back. And WW comes out 5 years later. They bring in a guy called Amok on guitars from Dismal Euphony.
Yes.
Remember those guys?
Chris was a fan.
I was a fan
I don't remember
for a bit.
I remember the name, but I can't think of what they sounded like or what label they're on.
They had Beauty and the Beast shit kind of going on, but it wasn't like she had like kind of a cool voice. She wasn't like an opera singer. She was more of like a alto kind of deep throated lady. I don't know. It was like Riot Girl singing mixed with like fucking goth symphonic black metal. It was a weird fucking band.
Bikini Kill and
Nuclear Blast in the late 90s was a weird landscape. That's all.
Beauty and Darkness comps, man.
So you know what I forgot to say? I told you that I'd bring back 122 stab wounds. The bass player, what was his name? Ian Death.
And it's not IAN, it's E period N period.
Yep. He came from 122 stab wounds. Yeah. So I told you there would be another. I forgot to mention. We brought them up
early on in our.
They showed up on Satanic Offerings.
Oh yes,
it's where you played me 122 stab wounds. It was one of the bands you played me. So a classic episode for those of you that want to find our old stuff. RequiemMetal.com. So, but yeah, they bring him in on guitars. Bring Frost in on drums, which is really cool.
You know what? Hearing it, he seems pretty restrained.
Yeah, it's not like crazy Frost.
Well, this is what year is this?
05? Yeah.
Because he's still like,
that's like what he's doing. Volcano.
Yeah, what he's doing in like Satyricon around this time, or even into like Age of Nero, like he was fucking unstoppable. Like shit, he was doing 1349.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Holy shit! Yep. But like Satyricon, he was bringing like more of a shuffle, like doing more interesting kind of stuff, and this is pretty straight.
But this is like, this whole album is a straight, like, speaking of Satyricon, this is it. This is like a, I think I referred to Flames of the Pit as sounding like Rebel Volcano. It's like those two, Rebel Extravaganza mixed with Volcano kind of like, together.
Yeah, I just put Burzum.
Oh, yeah, with a lot of Burzum, but like catchy.
As far as the simplifying everything down to its kind of base elements.
Cool quote here from Dolgar. He says, WW is my favorite album of them all, no doubt. Yeah. He says, the guitar sound alone on the album is enough to give me shivers down my spine. Cold and harsh as the barbed wire fences during the World Wars. Probably our least accessible album, extremely raw and stripped down. I guess it does not appeal to everyone, even within those familiar with the modern black metal, but the critics were very much in praise. So
they were doing a lot of repetition, which, Dark Throne was doing. Like a lot of people were doing stuff like that, repetition at that point.
But, it's a big step up from Murder, in my opinion. It's kind of a comeback record. I didn't know about this record that much. I don't remember.
I got it when it came out.
I've referred to this before, but for me, you have your kind of lost years when you and Chris kind of like split up a little bit, but you were still like plugged in a little bit.
Yeah.
My lost years are 04, 05. When I left New Moon and moved down here in teaching, I was totally engulfed in teaching. I was no longer in the atmosphere of New Moon, and the internet metal scene was something different. It wasn't quite what it is now, and Decibel didn't exist. So I would on occasion pick up Terrorizer and Metal Maniacs things at like Barnes and Nobles.
Yeah.
But like the culture that you and I had back then, I don't think you and I were like picking up the phone in 04 and like talking for like an hour and playing music for each other. It would just be like
meet up
when we'd see each
concerts
other,
or something.
Or I'd come up and visit you and the person you were living with at the time in Mount Pleasant. It was just a weird period for me. It was just like a period where unless I discovered it or unless you guys openly recommended it to me, I just kind of bought what I bought. Like I just kind of bought what I knew.
Yeah, and it made. That's kind of where I'm at now.
Yeah,
is focusing on what and like there's only so much you can keep up on a lot of this shit.
But even now, you can go on Spotify, you can go on YouTube, and you can explore.
Yeah,
right? On some level.
Sure.
Like in 04, 05, it was like that weird.
You had to explore, you had to go buy something.
Yeah, like unless you guys exposed me. And so there are albums I missed that were like kind of not mainstream records, but like album.
This is 05.
05. Yeah. And so it's right in that sweet spot of like we weren't doing the podcast yet, so we weren't like totally
We're
like
in
locked
between
into
zines
stuff.
and doing this.
Yeah, it's just like a weird like dead man's zone, or dead man's land or whatever, no man's land for me. And so that's kind of how I missed this. I'm sure you talked about it, and I probably went, oh, okay, I'll pick that up eventually, and I just out of mind, out of sight, kind of thing. So
yeah, and this is the last year I was working at a record store until I moved down to Detroit area.
Yeah.
So I was still getting stuff at cost. I was seeing what was coming out in catalogs, and that was just me like, oh, I recognize this. Let's,
Sure.
I'll grab it. We'll see what's happening.
Yep. But it's it's a good record. I dig it. I certainly like it more than Murder. I think I like it more than Unravel, but we can talk about that later.
I do for sure.
And so, it's in the top 5 for me then, right? It's number 5. It's not probably better than Adimiron or any of their early stuff, but it's a good record. And we're gonna hear kind of a trio of tunes. Death to Them All. I said it's fast paced. It's very, it's a fast paced assault. It's a better overall songwriting than Murder had. It's more atmospheric subtleties. There's still some of those industrial black metal vibes that sort of come in. Lots of pounding, kind of tremolos kind of throughout the record. There's even a song called New Blood that we don't play off WW. That's like full like tremola kind of stuff too. I don't know. What did you have to say about some of this kind of stuff on this?
For Death to All?
Yeah, or just in
that was
Flames of the Pit.
Yeah, Burzum, more themes, not a ton on that.
Yeah.
I put back to more black metal sounds like Flames of the Pit. Or wait, what did I have?
That's the next thing we're going to hear. Yeah.
Raw, dissonance, mid-paced dirge, that repetitive thing. And then like Pallbearer has this, one of my favorite Dark Throne songs is Quintessence from Panzerfaust.
Oh, yeah.
It has that kind of vibe where there's like that kind of like really kind of dirgy. They just keep like playing. It's almost like a blues song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a little bit of like Blood, Fire, Death kind of to that too. Just the sort of epic kind of slow black metal kind of feel that like Bathory would kind of bring to the table.
Like this, the epicness that is always there.
I really like what Frost adds in terms of some character. You hear it in Flames of the Pit a little bit more. He definitely is adding more than what Blod did.
Yeah, Blod's a kind of a blasé drummer.
And forgot to mention it, but R.I.P. Blod. He died of a heart attack in 2018.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Yeah, so, Dolgar kind of said about this kind of era too. He said Sanrab has been into history of the World War since his young days in school, and I guess with WW, which he wrote almost all by himself, so it's almost like a complete Sanrab kind of solo record.
When you say Sanrab, I just hear Sunra.
Sunra, yeah. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that. Sanrab.
I always thought it sounded like Saran Wrap.
Saran Wrap, yeah. I could
I've
be
never heard
totally
it spoken.
saying it. Yeah, Sanrab.
That's how it's spelled for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, so when he kind of put WW together, he saw an opportunity to merge this interest with music. There were not really this is a kind of key quote, I think. There were not really a lot of interesting stuff going on in the scene during those years compared to the 90s.
That's why Marduk started talking about war too.
Yeah.
It was like, what's the most brutal thing we can talk about? Fucking world wars.
And you're over the controversy. You've grown out of like your kind of like faux teenage Satanism occult kind of bullshit.
Now you understand the world better. You're into like, let's really like, what's the worst shit we've ever done to each other?
Of real destruction and evil is like war and oppression and those kind of things.
Manipulation and propaganda and all this stuff.
Absolutely. And so so I think that's kind of an interesting take on kind of what a lot of the themes of WW kind of are all about. And for Pallbearer to kind of add on to what Mark said, I just said it's for me the like best melodic atmospheric tune since Malice.
It was nice to get some melody back.
That's it. Yeah.
That's the
fuzzy
thing.
guitars.
I think they lost was the melodic.
That's it.
Atmosphere aspect.
As much
as
the blasting of Admirion Black and I mean, I guess Eater of the Dead had some of that, or a little bit here and there with some of the stuff Sarkana was doing. But yeah, just that kind of melancholy.
That's what we were missing. Yeah, it was
thing.
more the. There's enough bands that are angry and mad.
Anybody can play fast death metal shit, but not everybody can do what Gehenna was doing on those first 3 records. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of something pretty unique and stuff. So let's get into it. We got a trio of tunes, and we'll come back. We're going to play a song from Unravel at the end of the set, and we'll kind of talk a little bit about Unravel, and then wrap up everything. So we'll unravel and then wrap back up everything that we with this episode. So we've got Death to Them All, Flames of the Pit, and Pallbearer from the WW record in 2005. And then we jump ahead to 2013 with a tune called 9 Circles of Torture from Unravel. That was 9 Circles of Torture, Pallbearer, Flames of the Pit, and we kick things off with Death to Them All from the WW record from 2005. And Mark, we ended things with a tune from Unravel from 2013 and
9 Circles of Torture.
Yeah. Sounds like some of the Corpse Grinder.
Yeah, maybe it's on a solo record.
Yeah. This was a weird record because I didn't know this existed.
I didn't either.
And that's weird for us being like diehard Gehenna guys. I wonder how many people...
It was 2013?
Yeah, I wonder how many other people this kind of just like...
It says they're still active too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know as you get older, things like it's more sparse as you put
kind of fall off the
albums
radar
on, unless it's like what you do for like PLs usually every 2 years. They throw something out.
It's been 8 years, so it's not like we were looking for a Gehenna record. And I'm a guy that missed WW, so I really haven't been looking for a Gehenna record for a while, you know.
What do you know what label this came out on?
I don't, actually. No, I forgot to write that down.
You don't have a copy of this, right?
Yeah, no, I don't. This is the one Gehenna I don't own. Here's what Dial had to say about it. He just said, the WW album marked a return of sorts, one eventually followed by 2013's Unravel. With its long, drawn-out riffs and stripped-down execution, it is perhaps the band's bleakest effort yet and cements the band's reputation as a group unwilling to compromise their artistic vision. Meanwhile, an almost entirely consistent and essential back catalog remains available for exploration. So, I think it's on indie recordings, isn't it? Which is why all their reissues are coming out. Yeah, as after you asked me that question, I processed it. I was like, oh yeah, I think I know that. Because, I think Indie Recordings has gotten a hold of some of their back catalog, at least the Cacophonous stuff. And that's why I think they're reissuing things like First Spell and some of the other stuff, which is cool.
Yeah.
You know, so I think they've been reissuing a lot of their old material.
So this came out the same year as Surgical Steel.
It's pretty wild. Yeah. I did see there was a little write-up about some of the live shows they were playing at this time in that Iron Fist magazine that I have a subscription to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you get a subscription?
Yep.
Nice.
So there was a little bit of a kind of write-up kind of going on in there, but
that's probably the best European magazine out there as far as like stuff we care about.
It's
like
great.
Retrospective articles, and it's like European Decibel basically.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of got that sensibility to it. I think it's Ex-Terrorizer people that put it together.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems very like focused.
But, 9 Circles of Torture, it's kind of blasting old school black metal riff with like kind of a Bathory Immortal riff about halfway through. And then it's got like that Dark Throne Burzum kind of style black metal.
Almost like a hardcore breakdown.
Yeah.
In it too.
Yeah. It's pretty wild.
Simple, short, primitive, eerie.
Yeah. Yep. And the tune we're going to sort of go out, ride out with is Death Enters from Unravel in 2013. And I just said, I love the callback in this song to like the unsettling, doomy, morose kind of style of black metal. You get a little taste for that here, using kind of eerie synths and atmosphere again. So it's been a while since we've heard stuff like that. I want more of this if there's going to be a follow-up. Like this to me, like when I hear Death Enters, like that's the path forward that I want to hear from like a band like Gehenna,
Yeah.
I'm also a tremolo whore. As people know,
it's a good feeling, man.
So when that shit kicks in at like 3 minutes, like I'm here for it. You know what I mean? Like, lots of hypnotic, repetitive riffing, kind of like Burzum style. Probably that you've kind of sort of pointed out.
Yeah, there's this Death Enters. There's lots of there's like a vibe intro. Like they actually use vibes. It sounds like or Philosophem Burzum. The bleakness of that.
Yep. That's kind of what I was hearing a little bit too, for sure. So it's, it's kind of an auspicious like ending to the show. It's weird that we, this is a band that peaked kind of early, right out the gate. And not to say that like the last couple records haven't been interesting, because they are, and there's definitely some talking points there. But certainly for people that are new to this band, it's a band, definitely go back and check out like their first 3 or 4 records, and hopefully they follow up Unravel, because I'm interested to kind of see what they're doing, because it seems like with Unravel, at least they're kind of righting the ship a bit. It's not my favorite record of theirs, but at least they're like back in like the black metal camp, and they've got some wisdom.
I would like some more keyboards, to be honest.
It would be a fucking amazing if they could like get Sarkana like out of retirement and just like invite her back into the studio, or even do like what a fucking sweet like Maryland Deathfest performance that would be, like Gehenna doing like old material or something like that.
Yeah.
Again, I'm here for it, so
I'm pretty sure they've never touched stateside.
Yeah, as far as I know, they haven't. So it's been a long time since we've done patrons and announced some of that kind of stuff.
Yes.
One thing we talked about it in our Patreon show, and I know I've kind of expressed it on social media a bit, but I don't think we got to talk about it when we recorded the Discordance Access show, which please give us feedback on those. Those were kind of different shows for us, and we're always kind of curious. I know I have received some kind of positive vibes from some people. Some people have not really said much about it either, so maybe people weren't into it, but you know what? We're going to...
We don't always want to give you what you want. We want to give you something that sometimes you're like, I appreciate the effort, but I'm not interested. And that's cool.
I think the next episode we do is going to be, for some people, perhaps a challenge. But it was requested
for me,
by
it's
people.
A challenge.
For Mark, it's a challenge. Yeah. But I think academically, it's a really interesting thing to kind of talk about. And so, yeah. So if you're interested in become a Patreon, one of the things that we have recently done is we've created a Patreon-only feed that you can subscribe to. And
RSS feed.
Yeah, an RSS feed. So it will download like a normal episode of Requiem does, instead of the old way where you basically had to stream it off your phone.
It was like 10 years in the making. So sorry about that, guys.
It's all right. It was something like I knew he and I have talked about, but we finally like just committed to it and did it. And it's worked out great.
I used to be more of a tech savvy guy, and now I'm more of, I just don't have the mental.
We've been aged out on some level.
I don't have to deal with it on a daily basis, so I don't. But I found a way that made it easy for me to activate it.
Yeah.
So
it's good.
It may not be a permanent solution, but it's like it's a stopgap until we
all the
get
feedback
everything
I've gotten
figured out.
from everyone has been like awesome. Like
cool.
Everyone's like,
awesome.
Fuck, this is what we wanted. Blah blah.
Yeah.
And we've even talked about doing that with the old episodes too.
We've had several offers, and I'm going to reach out finally to get tech help from these people that understand things more than we do.
Yeah, because we talked about doing like a Requiem Classics only feed, that you could like download those first 150 episodes.
But I'd like to I want to talk to somebody and say, hey, here's what I want to do. Is this possible? Is this a ton of work? Is this something we can automate? Like, I'd like to get everything just to be in one feed.
It'd be awesome.
Would be
tremendous.
It'd
be sweet to backtrack all that old stuff.
So you have episode 1 to episode 100 and
we're at 260s, 270. 1 through 155, I think, is where it cuts off.
Yeah, but I want it to be all the way to the current day, like
260s. Yep.
Yeah.
And what happened for people that are new to
269? This might be 270 we're doing right now.
Shit, yeah. But for people that are new to Requiem, basically at one point, all our old episodes just kind of disappeared from like the downloading feed, and we've re-uploaded them to the website. So requiempodcast.com. Or requiemmetal.com.
Requiemmetal.com.
Sorry, Requiem Metal. The old website was Requiem Pod.
Yeah.
So requiemmetal.com, if you go there, you can listen to our old 150 episodes. I think we actually have 160 up there too.
Ends with In Flames.
It does, yeah. Two-parter with our friend Monica. Yeah.
That's true. Jesus,
big melodic, one of our...
Talk about Come Clarity in that one too.
Barely, at the end, I think we do. So that's kind of one of the things that we're trying to do. And so for people that want to become a Patreon, you can go to patreon.com /Requiem Podcast, Requiem Podcast, or you can go to our website, requiemmetal.com, and you can click on the Patreon link there. We do have some new patrons to sort of announce. It's been a while because we didn't really announce too many when we recorded with Jeff, and I don't think we did any at the end of the episode with Ian and
we kind of that was running so long. We had to kind of get out.
Yep, just wrapped up
the recording.
Yep.
So
Andrew Daly's back. He had been a patron. He fell off. He's come back. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Gold signed up right before the new year in December to become a patron. Bartek Razuski, patron.
Keeping up the great names.
I don't know the currency. It's A in front of the dollar sign. So
it's Australian dollar dues?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Chris Martin upped his pledge from $5 to $10. So thank you for that. Lauren Sobolowski became a patron as well. An old patron came back, so that's always excites me, from Breakfast Metal, our old British friend Philip Wadey, who was on our 200th episode. He came back. And then
he couldn't, after getting all this like thousands of hours of content.
That's it. He couldn't deny it. Yeah.
Take my coffee money.
Yep. And then James Shiver, I think is how we kind of pronounce that, has also sort of signed up to be a patron. And we did get, I know you've got something you want to read. I do have one thing from one of our patrons who often writes us a lot of really good stuff. Jess Shrum.
Well, she's on the list. She sent us a one-time.
Yeah, she is a patron.
Well.
Yep, she is a patron. But this is kind of in the aftermath of Type O, so we didn't get a chance to kind of talk about it. And it's really her thoughts on some of the Doom series. And so I thought I'd read this because we haven't read letters for a while. The Doom series, what an undertaking. I'm totally grateful for the inspiration, time, and effort you mustered to pull this thing off. I know scheduling and editing had to be a pain in the ass, but the interviews with band members added so much to the episodes. I discovered so many great bands, heard so many fascinating stories, and learned just how vastly diverse, far-reaching, and influential the genre truly is. I'm convinced there's some form of Doom for everyone. The palette was so diverse, I even turned on a pop-punk loving friend and self-proclaimed non-Doom metal fan onto Solitude Aeternus.
Wow, that's a good
one.
That's great.
And Solitude Aeternus was one of our favorite episodes we did because John Perez was so fucking fun and great. And
re-exploring that stuff was just, I wish they'd fucking reissue all that stuff.
I know.
Come on, guys. We can get you a little Requiem bump there.
Come on. There you go. Evoken was a huge discovery for me. I had never heard anything quite like that, and now I find myself scouring the internet for more funeral doom to fill my bucket. Well, you'll like the next episode, I think. Has some funeral-y elements to it.
Yeah.
I liked I Hate God's story and learning how they evolved as a band. I particularly enjoyed their Sabbath worship and the comment about Black Sabbath as the common denominator. I remember listening to Paranoid for the first time in elementary school. That album changed everything. The interviews and Sleep were exceptional. High on Fire is one of my all-time favorite bands, and honestly, I could listen to Matt Pike talk about eating potato chips and be totally entertained. But this
check out his Instagram.
I was going to say, recently, you might not want to hear Matt Pike talk about lizard people and such, but that's
fun.
You know what's funny? He didn't go there with us, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So he was very on script.
It's the most concise interview I've ever heard with Pike.
One of the things I said to people, because they were kind of debating it in like my kind of Twitter metal sort of family that I kind of, hang out in. And I said, look, in order for people to have gotten that out of him, you had to poke the bear.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing we were talking about with Gehenna on some level. Like, if you want sensationalist bullshit from these people, like, you can ask Wino about his thoughts on vaccines, or just fucking ask him about The Obsessed.
Ask him about fucking music.
Yeah, just because I don't really,
we're
what
not
I mean?
Fox or CNN.
Yeah,
we want to get to the root of things.
So it's just like weird. I don't know. And I'm not saying that whoever got that stuff out of Pike went there, but I don't know. Pike didn't bring any of that shit up when I interviewed him. And I'm not saying maybe he was just having a good day. I don't know.
Well, it seemed like, not to go off track, but it seemed like you right away with the interview, you established, you knew something about, did your research.
Yeah.
And he understood that, and he knew,
he respected my time.
You had this amount of time. Let's just fucking get things going.
Get to it. Yeah.
But I like when he does his lizard people shit in his lyrics for High on Fire, because it's all fucking bonkers and crazy fantasy world stuff.
It's a great place for it.
I don't think he believes it's all conspiracy shit, because it's fun to make everything connect
and honestly,
in a weird way.
Is Matt Pike who you really are going to get your fucking political ideology from? I mean, the guy's
if you can't create your own political ideology, then you're a fucking moron. If you look to celebrities to help your opinion on things, come on.
So anyways, so I could imagine what it was like to be in his shoes at such a young age, barely getting by and playing music whenever possible. It's a life I'm very familiar with, going on tour, making just enough money at one gig to pay for gas to get to the next gig, and eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the van. But my brother and ex-husband's bands obviously never became well known. And then there's Type O. I feel like such an asshole for never giving them a chance. You're not an asshole.
It's okay.
Guys. Honestly, I knew nothing about Type O. I don't have any friends that are into them, which is weird. It's just weird. I don't know.
There was a lot of weird vibes around that band.
That's true. Yeah. I had just heard it was, quote, vampire music. Haha. Wow. I have been missing out. Peter was an incredible songwriter and vocalist. I've never heard anything quite like him. His voice is powerful and confident, yet vulnerable and seductive. I can definitely see why he had so many female fans, and he just gained one more. Jeff Wagner's contributions were invaluable in completing the detailed narrative. I felt I could understand what Peter was going through in the later years of his life. With loss, it's natural to turn to God, but with such a strong Catholic upbringing, reconnecting with the church and religious practice was also like reconnecting with his mother. Every time he walked up the hill and sat in the church, his mother was smiling down on him, and he felt that. So while the story was heartbreaking, it was also uplifting, and I'm grateful that he left us with so much amazing music. What a perfect episode to use as the concluding piece. I'm sad to see the Doom series come to an end, but looking forward to seeing what else you guys dream up. This has been an incredible journey. Thank you for the selflessly devoting so much time documenting these stories, and thank you for the hours of entertainment. So,
well, we appreciate that very much. We also, if we didn't like doing this, we wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
it's we have just as much fun learning about the stuff, talking about it.
Sure.
And luckily, people like it enough to listen to us and give us comments like that.
People dig. People dig what we're doing.
That's fantastic.
For sure. And Mark, you've got a letter that you want to read from.
Yeah, we also had a one-time donation from Mark Laughlin.
Not to be confused with
our friend Mark Coughlin.
Yes.
Just a letter or so away. But this is back in, let's see, how long ago did we do Paradise Lost?
Holy shit. 2018.
Was that the last time we did it?
That 3-parter. Yeah. We had Albert on every episode doing a little soundbite. I think it's 2018.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we had Kieran got a hold of us from the UK. Hi, I'm Kieran from England, living in North Manchester. Checked out a few episodes of the podcast. Really enjoyed them. Haven't gone all the way through any particular order, but I've listened to Typo Negative, St. Vitus, Anathema, and the first Paradise Lost one. Here's a couple of things mentioned in the first Paradise Lost episode that we thought I'd mail you about. Like I didn't remember any of this until you said it. First of all, you mentioned a list of bands influenced by Paradise Lost, Gothic. Mm-hmm. One of them is Solstice.
Yep.
In the UK doom metal scene, is this the UK doom metal band from the same area?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. To me, the early Solstice took more of an epic traditional doom like Candlemas.
Yeah.
Solitude Eternus, St. Vitus from their second well, blah, blah, blah. Merged with more traditional heavy metal elements. There's nothing there particularly showed a Paradise Lost influence. I know some of the members of Ex-Solstice, in particular, Notorious founding member Rich Walker, he'd certainly have scoffed at the idea of Paradise Lost being an influence.
Probably, yeah. No, he's probably not wrong.
And it's good getting this from somebody who actually lives in the country, too.
And that could have been a moment where, like, we both do this sometimes, where we're just, like, talking free form without like, notes.
And it's just like...
And who knows what string of bands I've stuck together in a list of bands.
It's nice that people actually give a shit enough to like send a nice email like this. So we also mentioned the keyboards on Gothic. And after he said this, I remembered that they were the Academy studio owner, Keith Appleton, recorded those.
Oh, okay.
Which maybe I read that recently. But the most interesting part of this, you ask who is Louis Fellows from the song dedicated to him in the live Paradise Lost song.
Okay.
He was a vocalist in an early 90s Liverpool-based death metal band called The Void.
Huh.
He was also a prominent tape trader and something of a luminary in the early British death metal scene. The Void actually played their debut gig with my former band, who were called Burial. He once opened for Paradise Lost, but their main claim to fame is that their guitarist, Carlos Regalius, was also in Carcass.
Yeah.
Okay. He played in the Swan Song album. Yep. Was Louis a wimp? Question mark. He didn't have much of a death metal look about him. Check this link in an interview about Carlo and blah, blah, blah. But I appreciate that because the Louis Fellow thing was always, I guess I could have done more research on it. Yeah. But it's cool to get it right from somebody who knew the context. But like I've watched a lot of that Paradise Lost stuff so many times that it's almost like that. What the fuck is the death metal thing that we can never stop talking about? The video.
Oh, the Grind Crusher,
the grindcore special issue thing or whatever. But yeah, there was just something like Nick said. Yeah. It's like it's getting to the minutia of like Star Wars. Like who's Louis Fellows? Like
you're a fucking wimp.
Yeah, well, he is a fucking wimp.
He's a fucking wimp.
Now but also he was in Devoid, so that's cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of forgot about some of those episodes. I think we recorded maybe all three in one night. It was a long day.
Well, I do remember that's back when episodes are about 2 hours.
And a half, hour and 45 minutes or whatever. Yeah, and I think Albert submitted little like audio clips for each of those, and maybe Wagner did too. I think Wagner did.
He did. He talked about Draconian.
Yep, because I think Wagner has a tougher time with like later Paradise Lost stuff. So
he does. Yeah.
Yep. So which
each their own. It's cool.
Yeah, I understand his aesthetic. I get where he's coming from. I don't follow it, but I get like for him, it's all about like something needs to progress each record. And he, I think, feels that newer Paradise Lost has just returned back to what it was. And it's just playing off those old ideas instead of, I think he was more interested when they were like moving towards electronic stuff.
Sure.
Because that's just kind of how Jeff is. And it's his idea.
It's his aesthetic. Yeah. And like, do I agree with it? No, but I don't want to agree with everybody.
No, yeah. I
I
appreciate it.
The great thing about America is we can all have our own ideas.
And he loves Paradise Lost.
Yes.
That's the other thing. It's not like he's a hater. It's just his journey ends here.
And like you could, if you want, we could argue with anybody about anything, but like, I'm happy that people have an opinion about Paradise Lost.
I mean, I defend like newer Anathema. Albert and I kind of go back and forth. Do I prefer old Anathema? 1000%. You know, my favorite period is like 90 to 2003, basically. But I like parts of those newer things, and I don't want to hate on those guys.
Like up until Fine Day or after?
It's the record after Fine Day is like kind of like where I think their masterpiece kind of ends. The red cover, Natural Disaster.
Yeah, I would agree.
Those are like right up to there. I'm fucking, because to me, I was growing with Anathema the same way I was growing with Catatonia, right? They were listening to indie rock and Buckley at the time that we were like digesting that. And then kind of at that point, like I was where I was. And like, I didn't go deeper into prog, and they did. And that's cool.
See, there's, as far as extreme metal goes, there's the bands that there's like your Dismembers and your Bolthors that they know what they want to do, and they stick with it. And then you got Paradise Lost, who kind of goes all over the fucking place. And then you've got bands like but they come back. Yeah. Eventually. To their start. Yet. I would love to see Darren White come. I mean, they did that Roadburn thing where Darren came back and they did like the first full length and the Pentecost 3 EP.
From what I've heard through the grapevine, there's some issues with Daniel right now.
I think there's some mental things going on with people.
Well, that he's perhaps like kind of ripped off the band a little bit. There's some kind of vibes. I don't know. There's just some things, like I've seen some things happening. I followed Duncan Patterson on Facebook, and I've seen him talk about things. I've seen some Anathema pages like kind of blow up. So
Danny Kavanaugh's screwing with the books.
There's some. See, there's a reason that the band went on hiatus at the beginning of COVID. That there was like some things happening between.
Well, because for one thing,
some of that. But I don't know. This is all speculation.
Three brothers in a band together. There's going to be some. Some problems. I know people with three brothers, and there's always
power struggles,
and all kinds of shit there. But also there's like when you're making this your livelihood, there's other pressures that are put on you too. And for a while they were, but it's always been a slog. They can't get rid of the metal thing, which they want to, but if they do, then they lose probably a third of their audience
too. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people have been on the whole way, but I'm glad that they did actually go back and do like, revisit some of their early career stuff. Like, I'm glad that they weren't so like, no, we're never going to do this again.
I mean, that's a band that if they did like an early 90s tour, even if it's Silent Enigma, Eternity, like people would lose their fucking shit.
I would love to just see like Judgment stuff, like
all of it. Like,
I don't care as much about the later on stuff.
Sure.
But I mean, it would be great to see. I would just like to see the show where Darren was doing like, let's do that material. Cool. Then we have an intermission. We come back and we do not the whole career retrospective, but up to a point.
Yep.
Like, just keep it focused, because some of the later on stuff's like, it's just kind of meandering and doesn't really do a whole lot for me, because they had such intensity and so like such emotional shit happening that you can't
like
really
emotional violence in like a good way.
Yeah,
it was just like very
and it was just like that stuff. Some of that shit hit me like Buckley stuff and early Will Oldham kind of just like really gets to your heart and pulls it out.
The only interview I've ever had with somebody, and granted, it was face to face, where like a person was crying in the interview. Like that was like a new place for me, as like with Eclipse and shit. Like I was just like, I did not. I guess it's why you go into journalism, but I wasn't really a journalist, but I guess I was in a weird way.
Or you're a historian.
I ended up becoming
you're a historian. That's the same thing.
And so, but him talking about his mother and him talking about like, it was just like it got
pretty raw.
It got really real.
Yeah.
And like we had like a real friendship. Like I really felt like he was like, "You come to Liverpool, stay with me," and just kind
of. Some Crown Royal was
that
imbibed.
was that Crown Royal was that interview 2 or interview 1? Because it was like back-to-back years. It was like a post-judgment interview and then a Fine Day to Exit interview, and they were like the two back-to-back metal festivals they played.
The Buckley Live, like
the acoustic tour,
the press set.
only. Oh my God! If anybody has a recording of the press set that
There's no
Anathema
bootlegs
played,
of that?
I've never heard one.
Okay.
I want it.
There's got to be somebody that fucking recorded that.
I want it. So
there's this tiny, big, long room.
Fucking great.
Just we're like me to you away from them.
They were playing like Radiohead and Buckley. It was great. Yeah, it was exactly who I was in 2001, like in one moment or whatever, 2002. But yeah, so
that was a great, everything that you cared about kind of cohesive,
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, Anathema, reform. If you're listening to this episode,
come on, guys.
Yeah, come on. But yeah, so thank you for the feedback on the old episodes. It's always funny to hear people like. The crazy part about what we do is like we're doing things that are supposed to be timeless. So in a way, like people can go back and listen to our 2018 episodes and they're just as relevant as like anything else. But it's just funny because I forget like what we talked about in 2018.
Yeah.
But just somebody that's like new to our podcast, like that's as fresh as what we talked about with Type O or something,
Well, I'm glad that's coming across where people can how many years is that now? Like
cherry picking
4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Like that people go back and like spend the time to sit down and write like what they thought and like answer questions that we had years previously.
I get cringy sometimes when someone's like, I just checked out your Dismember episode. I'm like, holy shit. That was like episode 3 from 2008. I'm like, I don't even know what we sounded like. We probably sound like idiots. I was still in like radio mode. So like I was like trying to like figure out what podcasting was. So I'm sure like there's awkwardness all over the place. Well, I'm sure our ideas were.
We weren't as well researched. We were just
flying
way
off the
younger
cuff
too.
and,
But
yep. It seemed like
I think maybe in this year, later on in the year, we can revisit our first maybe 5 episodes.
That would be really
redo.
interesting. Yeah, we could do like adjuncts.
Yeah,
or something like that. Yeah.
Like the addendum or here's what we think now.
Here's the epilogue. Yeah, absolutely. It'd be kind of fun.
And there's a couple people that would love to hear about Bolt Thrower.
Oh, yeah. I think Bolt Thrower is always timely. Yeah. They're huge on Metal Twitter. I don't know if you know that.
They're huge all the time.
Yeah.
They weren't when I was young, but
they're
they were
like a thing. They're like a full movement. It's pretty incredible.
I saw them 2 years at Metal Fest. That's the most fucking crazy I've ever seen. Like that's when I really noticed young people coming in, like
they love
losing their fucking minds, singing along with fucking Cenotaph and everything. It was cool to see that. So
yeah, yeah. So anyways, we do appreciate all the support, the letters. If you want to get in contact with us, shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com, or you can send us messages on Facebook, Jason and Mark. You can like Requiem Metal Podcast on Facebook and get some kind of things there. If you do become a patron, there is a private Facebook page that we sort of throw you into if you're on there, or you can follow us at Requiem Metal Podcast on Twitter or on Instagram. And those are all good places to sort of send us messages, letters, things like that. Again, if you'd like to become a Patreon, go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast and sign up. Yeah, $5, $10, whatever. Cup of coffee a month. I think it's worth what we're kind of giving out.
It really helps us out to get it paid our web hosting.
Yep.
This year, it
books, all the books that I read interviews from today.
It really helps us out to go above and beyond. And, if this was, imagine what this would be if we could have this as a career.
Yes. Yeah. If we could advertise without breaking copyright laws and things like that.
There's the problem.
Here's the other thing. You're not hearing advertising. We're not interrupting you. We're not slogging products and stuff. So like Patreon is the way you can kind of
give back to us. You might like to try the new shoes that you can get from blah, blah, blah.
Hey, yo.
ExpressVPN.
Yeah. We could do that voice if you want. So we do appreciate that. In fact, I would go so far as to say you should sign up to become a patron just because of the amount of effort and work we put into the next episode we're going to record. Because I can tell you what, that was, I'll belabor it to Mark when we record it, but it was just a lot. And that's the kind of episode where you go, you know what, fucking A, I don't even know if I like what they're talking about, but they put a lot of fucking work into this. So, but yeah,
there's people that we've gotten. This is I think 3 or 4 now that have done a big trip or cross country moving, that have listened to us the entire time they've done it.
And if you don't want to become a patron, just shoot us an email and we'll share a PayPal account with you. And if you want to make a one-time donation, we'll still give you the RSS feed, but if you don't want to do the monthly $5 a month or whatever, and you just want to make, get your taxes back soon, and you're like, hey, you know what? You know who I'd appreciate supporting is Mark and Jason, because those fucking guys.
Or if you got extra money in your PayPal account that you haven't used in a while, like, hey,
that's it. We'll pay the taxes on that PayPal.
Pay taxes on it, but we will appreciate it.
We'll do it for you. We'll do it for you. So So anyways, it's been fun. We haven't been able to kind of relax and do an episode like this in a while because it seems like we've been doing all these high profile episodes with special guests and crazy shit like that.
It's nice to get back to basics.
It is nice. And Mark and I are going to go and get some barbecue and take a break and then record another episode. But for Gehenna and Unravel from 2013 and Death Enters, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.